never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. As negotiations continue regarding a new border deal, Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, delivers remarks on the Senate floor Tuesday about the negotiation efforts regarding the security supplemental package. The New York legislator telling the chamber negotiations are nearing the finish line, but says there's more work that needs to be done before the package is finalized. Senator Schumer emphasizing the importance of bipartisanship to get the job done.
Both sides have an obligation to tune the partisan noise out and to continue working. Bipartisanship is the only way that action on the border is going to happen, that aid to Ukraine will be secured, that help to Israel in the Indo-Pacific, and aid to innocent civilians in Gaza will happen.
After an Iranian drone strike killed 3 U.S. troops off the border of Syria and Jordan, New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler says there's more than meets the eye.
I think the unholy alliance between China, Russia, and Iran has come into full view. China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum.
Lawler is a sponsor for the Stop Harboring Iranian Petroleum Act, or the SHIP Act, which would impose sanctions on people who work with Iranian oil, preventing them from obtaining visas or owning property in the United States. Missouri Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush is criticizing the Justice Department for its investigation into her campaign spending on security services. Bush is under scrutiny because she married her security guard last year and kept him on her campaign payroll. At least 4 people are dead after a boat carrying tourists sank off the coast of Cancun. The boat carrying over 16 guests and crew members sank after getting caught in a strong sea swell, according to ABC News. At least 7 people are missing and 8 have been rescued. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A verdict may be reached in another trial against former President Trump. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
A decision in former President Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York might be reached as early as this week. State Attorney General Letitia James is hoping a Manhattan judge will mandate Trump pay a fine of $370 million in her case against the former president. She alleges that Trump falsely inflated the value of real estate to secure more favorable loans.
After his police force arrested 59 illegal immigrants in his suburb, Oak Brook Police Chief Brian Stokas says he is working hard to protect his community.
It's a problem for my community. Our police department's responding accordingly. We're shifting our resources to our retail areas to make sure those areas are well protected. But it's definitely a problem that extends beyond the borders of Chicago.
Chicago is in the spotlight as Mayor Brandon Johnson extended the eviction deadline to March for city-run illegal immigrant shelters after being pressured by the city council. In anticipation of Super Bowl weekend, United and American Airlines are introducing additional flights connecting Kansas City and Las Vegas airports, and flight numbers are catching the attention of both Swifties and Chiefs fans. American Airlines has included 2 flights with the numbers 1989, paying tribute to Taylor Swift's birth year. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch, and if you or your business owe money to the IRS, I've got great news for you. Tax laws have changed. Billions of dollars are earmarked for IRS Fresh Start programs, and if you qualify, you can literally save tens of thousands of dollars. Listen, I know what you're going through. Call me if you want to speak with a tax attorney or tax professional for free.
800-284-9275. That's 800-284-9275.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, cue the microphone, and it is showtime. So here we go. Welcome aboard. Good to have you with us as we kick things off. A brand new day. Oh, yeah, looky there. The final day of January. We're making our way into the 31st of January. This is it. So we'll close out the first month of the new year. Man, oh man, just like that. Seems like we were just celebrating Happy New Year. Time flies. But here we go. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. That's right, live from the Secret Bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Hey, believe it or not, it's another cloudy night. That is the trend. There's a reason this time of year. They call it the wintertime blues. It's just people... You need the sunshine. You need the vitamin D. You just... You feel so run down, and it's depressing. Everything's gray, misty. Another somewhat foggy night, but hey, as I look ahead, there may be some sunshine in our forecast in the coming days. Maybe even a week plus. Maybe a chance to get the heck out of the house and get some sun, right? But good to have you on board. 36 currently outside the secret bunker. Speaking of which, travelers weather, the last couple of days we've been talking about a swiftly moving Alberta Clipper system. Indeed, that Clipper is bringing, I'm not seeing a whole lot of snow, really just the higher elevations there. Yeah, the northeast corner of Tennessee, the adjoining northwestern portions of North Carolina, a little bit of snow showing up on the radar images there. It's mostly rain. Yeah, there are a few pockets of heavier rain. They're over right along the Tennessee-North Carolina line. We've got rain moving in from Charlotte, North Carolina to Columbia, South Carolina, and a line of showers extending on back from east to west through central and south central portions of Georgia. Not a whole lot in the mix as far as travel concerns. We're not seeing any winter weather advisories, so anywhere that does see a few flakes, it looks like for the most part, it should be melting on the roadways. That's going to quickly be sweeping off the East Coast as we head into midweek here. But wintertime over the northern plains and the upper Midwest, according to AccuWeather, kind of skating on thin ice. Temperatures are going to be warming again. Temperatures surging in the short term. We don't have any Arctic air or snowstorms in the near future. What we are seeing is some unseasonable warmth building over the region on into the day Thursday. And it may stick around well into the month of February. Okay, maybe a few glitches along the way, but milder air originating from the Pacific will dominate the weather pattern across the U.S. into the start of February, in tandem with the lack of snow across much of the country. Temperatures are really going to begin warming up. Yeah, clouds versus sunshine will be a big factor in this. Where the low clouds hang around, temperatures are going to be held back anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees. But where the clouds break and the sun comes out, temperatures are going to rise to spring-like levels, especially in areas where you don't have any snow cover. Now, clouds have brought a gloomy sky, thank you very much, for much of January. But the sun returned in style on Monday. High-temperature records were shattered in places like Minneapolis. Believe it or not, the temperature hit 50 degrees on Monday. So that was a new record, the old record of 49, set back during the Great Depression area of 1931. After a brief push of cool air in the wake of this Clipper we were just talking about, temperatures do begin to surge over the region starting today. In Duluth, Minnesota, the daily record of 48 that was set back in 1891 may be blown away today. High temperatures are going to be in the 50s across much of Minnesota here into midweek. And may only set more daily records, but also we could be challenging some all-time January highs. Highest temperature ever recorded during January at Minneapolis was 58 degrees on January 25 during World War II back in 1944. We shall see. While temperatures well above historical average may be great news for your heating bill, not good news for the private contractors that rely on plowing snow operations for their income this time of year, and then especially for the outdoor winter activities like ice fishing. Yeah, thin ice. Yeah, during the heart of winter, the ice anglers across the upper Midwest are typically out on the area lakes in full force. According to the report, this winter is anything but ordinary. First, we had a late start to the season, and now with maybe some record-breaking early ending the season for ice fishing. Some anglers in Wisconsin and Minnesota are making that difficult decision to remove their seasonal fishing shanties. due to this persistent, long-lasting warmth, dangerously thin ice. Now, shanties can typically sit on thick ice that covers area lakes from late December, normally into early March, but the ice cover on the Great Lakes is well below the historical average this winter. After a brief barrage of lake-effect snow back earlier in January, outdoor enthusiasts were more optimistic for favorable conditions for the rest of the winter. That has since faded away as warmth has settled in. Snow is melting away. In many cases, the amount of snow so far this winter is pale in comparison to last winter. Snowmobilers have had a difficult time this season as well across the upper Midwest. The world's largest snowmobile race, the International 500, is set to take place this Saturday, believe it or not, February the 3rd, at Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. A lack of snow and the dwindling snow cover may actually put that race in jeopardy. The northern Michigan city typically averages about 10 feet of snow during the winter. So far this winter, less than half that amount is falling. The stretch of days between January 22nd and January the 29th also had temperatures running as much as 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Only about 2 inches of snow was still on the ground as of yesterday. Now, heading into February, the magnitude of warmth will continue throughout the Great Lakes region with no additional snow in the near term. The main storm track is going to be across the southern states with only some weak, moisture-starved systems across the northern tier. This evolving weather pattern is going to probably feature an extended period where there's little to no precipitation, maybe 10 days or more, from the upper Midwest to parts of the Northeast. And as I mentioned, that's where, in many cases, the sun may be coming out and a chance to get out a bit. Now, I'm not really surprised by this forecast. Yes, it is an El Nino winter. Yeah, go back to your old Farmer's Almanac, all the various prognostications as we were headed into winter, and the maps would depict clearly a whole lot less snowfall in the region from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley in El Nino winters. So I think it's just playing out pretty much as you would expect with a winter like this. Now, if you do like to get outdoors and maybe you're thinking about the snow's going to be going away, there are no major winter storms on the horizon for the Northeast or New England as we head into the first week of February. But for that region, there is a solid snowpack in place across interior New England. The ski resorts say that this pristine powder already blanketing the slopes remains intact. Now, January, we saw temperatures running above historical averages across New England. The winter storms from earlier this winter resulted in snowpack in excess of a foot in places like Killington, Vermont, and Sugarloaf Mountain in Maine. They're saying for those outdoor enthusiasts this weekend, conditions will be ideal through this weekend for you, the winter sports enthusiast, maybe planning a trip to hit the slopes. Quiet weather's in store through the day ahead today, Wednesday, across most of the Northeast. So travelers from near and far should be able to make it to their destinations in the mountains with no weather-related issues. Between Thursday and Friday, a cold front's going to dip through the region. That'll bring some minor snow and maybe some locally slick conditions for the Adirondacks and the Berkshires and the Green and White Mountains. But that also means a bit of fresh powder on the slopes. In addition to the fresh powder, colder conditions are in the offing across the Northeast on into the weekend. So skiers and other outdoor enthusiasts, you may want to be sure to bring the proper attire. Temperatures are going to range from the teens in some of the mountain bases to as much as 10 to 20 below zero in the high terrain. One other piece of outdoor attire that may be needed across the Northeast this weekend that's probably been gathering dust, sunglasses. As an area of high pressure is slated to settle in over the region, bringing in dry air and blue skies. If the vacation plans in the mountains happen to be extended into early next week, there's even more good news on the horizon. That continuation of dry weather and seasonably cold conditions are in store for the first full week of February, although a slow but steady warm-up will also be in progress through the week. But that's good news. I mean, some of the ski resorts should be gangbuster action this weekend. Round the country, welcome aboard. It is 844-844-3388. Lots to cover, plenty of industry headlines, the latest on our convoy. What's going on? Good to have you with us here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
First things first, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning, everyone. Except Biden supporters. Just my opinion, says Dan. Hey, drivers, keep on humping. Yep, it is hump day, all right? Good morning, Rock Pick. Hello, Steve, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester Airport, what do we got? Overcast 35. Happy hump day, all you hard-working Americans. Good to join you for the overnight drive. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret. Watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe, as always. All right, good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. Checking in from Fishkill, New York, 34 tonight, off to Schenectady tonight. Tracy said we're running behind tonight. Northern Kentucky headed toward Wilmington, Ohio. Everybody have a great evening, of course. Marianne, hi there, Steve, and the overnight family. I'm doing well. Jeffrey said, good morning, Steve. Let the fun begin. All right, Brian Ludwig, what do we have? Good morning, gang, from Granite City, Illinois. Everybody be safe. I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. There's Shorty. 39 degrees. We are Columbus bound. Copy of the mail, 5-7, of course. Quad Cities, Iowa, Illinois. Roy says clouds overnight. Maybe a bit of refreeze in the morning, but the sun returns Wednesday afternoon. After a morning low 29, 47 for the high. Very good. All right. Pappy says it's the midnight hour. Somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on, and the overnight drive is ready to roll. Nocturnal listeners are tuned in and ready to dial up. 844-844-3388. Get your vibes put out over the frequency waves across the spectrum. all those great American truckers across the great land. Hammer down, 36 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Throw another log on the fire, brew up another cup of joe, snuggle up to your favorite feline, canine, or loved one. Let's let it roll. I love it. All right, that's true. Feline, canine, loved one. Take your pick there. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy but a dry night. Buchanan, Virginia. A surprising 40 degrees at this hour. Yes, everybody keep it shiny side up. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 32 under a starlit sky in Holton, Kansas. We've got this loaded, powerful, chrome-plated cow truck pointed north at a high rate of speed. Hey, a special one-night-only shout-out to Buckeye Boy from Jackson County, Kansas tonight. All right, speaking of, Buckeye Boy is online. What do we got? Norman is in north central Kansas. Came down with the flu last night. I cannot remember the last time I was sick. Anyway, I hope everybody is well. Speaking of which, I think the post may have disappeared, but I did see Brother Rambler had yesterday. He had said he was not feeling well for like the third consecutive day, I think it was, and he was going to be tested for COVID, which his update says he came back positive for COVID this past day. And I guess they gave him the Paxlovid. So he did say for the first time in like 3 days he was actually able to sleep. So hopefully, he said, hopefully I can kick this crud this week. So there you go. All right, so say a prayer for our friend, Brother Rambler, not feeling well right now. Eskimo Mom, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy hump day, Monday, whatever day it is. I'm doing my normal Tuesday night, running whatever freight's available. Got a grocery load going to an indie store. Dealing with that right now, it's a construction zone back up on I-70 West, about the 125-mile marker. They've got the rolling roadblocks going on. Please keep your eyes open. After I get back to tip, they may send me somewhere else, or I may go home. I have to wait and see. We've got some clouds, some fog, 39 degrees near Spiceland, Indiana at this hour. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Pastor Dan in Amelia. Good morning. Good to have you with us. Miss Millie, hello, Steve. All the listeners, 37 here in my area of the Bluegrass. It feels like 33. Everybody be careful, get home safe, and as always, be blessed. Have a great rest of your week. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 47 degrees, a little intermittent rain shower here and there. Had to get up real early Monday morning to deliver my load from Orlando. Had an early doctor's appointment this morning that I got had to fast for. Just a physical diabetic checkup for my meds, refills, but I also have to do the turn your head and cough. The invasion. Not fun, but necessary. I had some unexpected paperwork to do from my main customer, which is a pain. But they got what they want. I'll be loading up Friday, headed to San Diego for a delivery and a local run, then heading up to Los Angeles for a pickup, after which it's off to Albuquerque for another pickup, so I'm going to be gone for a while here. Haven't been on a long run like this probably since before Thanksgiving, so I need to make sure I stay on top of my game. Sister Hurricane Jane just stopped by Friday for the night on her way back to Kentucky. Picked up the engine block going to my buddy in southern Ohio for the cord charge. Everybody have a great night, and as always, be careful out there. Timothy, 37 here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. One thing about the border, those crossing at those gates, yeah, they are all illegal. That is 100% correct. What else we got? I think we're pretty much caught up there as we roll into a Wednesday morning. Obviously, I think I'd have to say the top industry headline, which numerous fellow listeners had forwarded my way over the past day, where UPS announcing this past day they will explore strategic alternatives for their struggling truckload brokerage business. Coyote Logistics including a possible sale. UPS said they will cut 12,000 full and part-time management and contract jobs this year as part of a new initiative called Fit to Serve. Fit to Serve. But yes, you heard correct. 12,000 jobs. UPS paid $1.8 billion for Chicago-based Coyote in 2015. Part of what the CEO said was on UPS board at the time, a strategy to expand the Atlanta-based Giants portfolio. However, they say UPS did not fully understand the heavily cyclical nature of Coyote's business, which is manifested over the past 8 years. Speaking to analysts this past day, Coyote was generating about $2 billion in annual revenue when it was acquired. During the pandemic, revenue swelled to nearly double that, but since then, revenue has dropped considerably. She didn't provide details there, but I think, we all know what we have seen over, I guess, the last year and a half, 2 years. With the low freight rates. We'll pick up there after a news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Attempts to impeach Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his management of the border crisis are intensifying. The House Homeland Security Committee, led by Republicans, currently drafting articles of impeachment against the secretary. A potential vote on the House floor could take place as early as next week. The Justice Department is investigating the spending of campaign money on security services by Missouri Democrat Cori Bush's campaign. The prominent Squad member, a vocal advocate of the Defund the Police movement, acknowledged the investigation Tuesday. She asserted her innocence, stating that her campaign is actively cooperating. Bush clarified that she utilized campaign funds as permissible for security expenses and emphasized that no federal tax dollars were involved. Winter has made itself known in Alaska. The northern state gets a lot of snow anyway. This year, they've accumulated more than 8.5 feet. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. So back to UPS. I can't help but wonder, I mean, we just came through the big contract negotiations, a big win for the workers, and all of a sudden news of thousands of layoffs. So, like all freight brokers, Coyote has experienced top and bottom line difficulties as demand has slowed and rates collapsed. It's gone through multiple rounds of layoffs since the start of last year. And, of course, the latest coming in right here, mid-January of 24. Transportation is a notoriously cyclical business. But Coyote apparently has become too volatile on the top and bottom lines for management's liking. Tuesday's disclosure kind of harkens back to the sale 3 years ago of UPS Freight, the former less-than-truckload business, which was also cyclical and did not fit with the UPS network as they envisioned it would. Now, Canadian firm TFI International acquired that unit for $800 million, rebranding it as T-Force Freight. The projected layoffs, which will affect less than 3% of UPS's workforce. 12,000 is a big number, but they've got about 495,000 employees. But this is expected to save the company about $1 billion in this year, 2024. According to executives, about 75% of the layoffs are expected to occur in the first half of this year. The reductions, they say, will not impact unionized employees. The jobs will not return even as volumes recover, according to UPS, adding that the reductions are part of the company, what they said is going to be a new way of working. The first half is expected to be challenging, with the current quarter of the tougher of the two. The company will be navigating through some difficult comparisons with the first quarter of 23, and will also have to manage through a continued weak macro environment right now, and of course higher labor costs from last year's Teamsters union contract. All right, so not the best of news. It is 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom had forwarded the story to me about here in the state of Ohio, northeast Ohio. A truck driver deceased. Several northeast Ohio roads closed as diesel fuel poured into a river after a tanker truck lost control and exploded over the weekend. Driver of the truck was heading north on State Route 8 in Macedonia, about 18 miles north of Akron, according to the sheriff's office there. As he attempted to merge onto Interstate 271, lost control, went over the side of the bridge, causing the truck to explode in a burst of flames when it crashed back down onto State Route 8, according to the sheriff's office. Obviously, the driver was dead at the scene. The sheriff's office said officials from multiple departments, including a hazmat team, responded to that fiery wreck about 9:15 local time. Ohio EPA spokesperson tells CNN the truck was carrying 7,500 gallons of diesel when it crashed. Diesel from the tanker got into a nearby river and leaked into Brandywine Falls, a 60-foot waterfall, briefly actually causing the creek to catch fire. The nearby Brandywine Creek has been impacted with diesel from the crash, according to the sheriff. The creek briefly caught fire initially after the incident. Somerville said the agency installed containment measures in the creek to stop the diesel spread, and they will be overseeing abatement efforts. Either way, the ramps from State Route 8 to Interstate 275 are closed in both directions. They'll be remaining closed until the bridge can be inspected for safety, which apparently that was ongoing yesterday. Crews at the scene inspecting both the bridge and the roadway. A part of the road where the tanker actually landed and exploded undoubtedly will have to be repaved. We don't have a timeline on that, and we haven't heard yet details about the bridge inspection, which will not reopen until we deem it as safe for motorists. So, all right. Meanwhile, speaking of fire, a massive fire broke out on Monday at a big Texas chicken farm. Firefighters expected to be on the scene for several days. This was at the Feathercrest Farms in Curtin, Texas, about 100 miles north of Houston. There were no workers or other people injured or killed, according to KXXV TV there in Waco. About 100 firefighters from multiple departments trying to contain the blaze. Upon arrival, there were 2 buildings on the property ablaze, according to the emergency management coordinator. No information released about how many chickens were killed, but looking at some of the photos and video from drone footage, this was a big chicken farm. Fire broke out about 5 o'clock Monday afternoon. As of Monday night, one of the 2 structures on fire was beginning to collapse, they said. Although black smoke could be seen for miles, officials said there was no air quality threat to the area. Some residents did experience low water pressure as firefighters fought that blaze. Others were without power after power was cut out to the farm. But yeah, I think based on the size of this facility, again, from the photographs and whatnot, a lot of chickens probably did not make it through. I guess they'd be Kentucky Fried about now, right? Get some other industry headlines coming up here. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. I saw a post from our old pal Kentucky Ken this past day, who says, well, testing is complete. I have obtained passenger and school bus endorsements today. I really appreciate all my trainers and examiner through this process that started on January 3rd and was completed, yesterday. There was so many new things to learn in the process. So now I think I am a professional Class A CDL operator. I have operator, motorcycle, hazardous materials, tankers, doubles, and triples passenger and school bus endorsements. So how about that? Kentucky Ken, way to go. Soon, I hope to be assigned a permanent route. Looking forward to getting the kids to and from school safely. So many changes in my life the last year. And as always, being optimistic to the future of serving others with a smile on my face. So prayers are appreciated as we begin this new journey. How about that? Kentucky Ken. So peace, as he always says, peace out, right? Now, moving over to the convoy, I wish I could get some firm numbers. 24 hours ago, the report that we had shared was saying after leaving out of Virginia several hours in, there were only a few dozen vehicles in the convoy. They were anticipating more and more. Some of these reports still making it sound like they think there may be hundreds of thousands joining in. It is garnering much more, what would you call, mainstream media coverage. Looking at some of the headlines from the Business Insider, we say. The headline reads, Texas Border Convoy, God's Army, raises $138,000. I know they had set up a Give, Send, Go fundraiser for people to donate to support them. Again, so that's from the Business Insider. Headline from the New York Post about 5 hours ago. Take our border back convoy. Expected to have 700,000 people. Still saying that. Fox 26, the affiliate out of Houston. Take our border back convoy driving to Texas. CBS News convoy heading to Eagle Pass to rally against the migrant influx and Biden's border handling. The Military Times from just about 4 hours ago. Texas-bound convoy tries to recruit veterans for border protests. Even the Hill, the publication there in Washington, D.C. this past day. Now, this is a little different as far as the headlines. Texas Governor Abbott encouraging criminal white extremists to come to the border? Wait a minute, who would say such a thing? Well, that would be none other than the country's oldest Latino civil rights group, accusing the governor of inciting extremists to commit acts of violence amid escalating tensions between Texas and the federal government over border management. Governor Abbott has done no such thing. The only statement I've ever heard from Abbott is, we don't need any help from the public here. The League of United Latin American Citizens, the LULAC, their national president, Domingo Garcia, says Abbott's rhetoric could incite violent bigots like the shooter that killed 23 people and injured 22 others in an El Paso, Texas Walmart in 2019. Where's he coming up with this? False and insightful political rhetoric from Governor Abbott is agitating people to possibly commit acts of violence and mass murder. We urge our members, especially those in Texas, be on alert for armed out-of-state extremists with a hate agenda. The 2019 attack, a premeditated act specifically targeting Mexicans, marked a key moment for many Hispanics who saw xenophobic rhetoric translated into violent action against their community. Garcia's warning in the wake of reports of the Take Our Border Back convoy that started Monday in Virginia Beach, Virginia. We strongly condemn any violence as we call for everyone to be in honor and have clean hands. This convoy is meant to bring our country together in love, kindness, and in peace. We call on everyone, respect our public police, sheriffs, law enforcement, military, or anyone in a public authority position. That was from the official declaration. So obviously the rhetoric from both sides is off the rails. Newsmax is also covering the story. which pretty much says the same. God's Army is what they're calling the group of protesters making its way to the southern border. Yes, an ambitious goal of attracting 700,000 people to shine a spotlight on the Biden administration's lax immigration policies. To the naysayers, we're just ordinary citizens, farmers, ranchers, retired police officers, not crazy conspiracy theorists. Kim Yater is an organizer for Take Our Border Back. She spoke to the New York Post. This will be a peaceful assembly of Americans of all political classes and all ethnicities. So they left Virginia Monday, stopped overnight in Florida, hoping to rally for more people to the cause. The Post reported painted vans and trucks joining the growing convoy in Jacksonville. Now, that was Tuesday morning as they prepared to head through Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, and into Quemado, Texas, about 20 miles north of the border town of Eagle Pass, where the rally will be held coming up this Saturday. We've got Canadian truckers, moms and dads. We've got motorcycles. If people could bring horses, they'd bring horses. I know the number we're looking for, 700,000. Now, they're expected to branch off Thursday in Texas, continue to the border town of Yuma, Arizona, which, like Eagle Pass, has been overwhelmed. The rally Saturday, also a rally in San Ysidro, California, will take place Saturday morning, and then join the Arizona rally, culminating in rallies across 3 states. Yater tells the New York Post, this group is not against immigration into the United States, but the situation is out of control. We are about safe, legal immigration, vetting the people coming in. Now, we have moms who will speak at the rallies Saturday, speaking of children who have died from fentanyl. I have one, Agnes Giboney, whose child was killed by an illegal immigrant who had crossed the border multiple times. She just left the cemetery Monday on what would have been his birthday. Her 29-year-old son, Ronald Da Silva, was killed in April of 2002 in California by Luis Humberto Gonzalez, 44 years old, who then fled into Mexico. Now, Gonzalez, who was deported in 1999 following conditions on separate burglary charges, was apprehended when he returned to the U.S., was convicted of manslaughter and sentenced to 11 years in prison. He was deported again in 2019. This is not a right or a left issue, she said. We are the little guys, and we're standing up and saying, you've got to protect our home and our homeland. We, the people, put you in charge, and we're now holding you accountable. Some updates, and we'll get to the calls right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Hope your week's going well. Midweek already. We'll take that. Cue ball. How we been?
Good morning, Steve. I've been following this a little bit here, this whole thing with this convoy. Kind of interesting. I got a lot of crap about this regarding the convoy and the whole thing with Texas. And I'm not really sure I'm buying absolutely everything that they're trying to sell us, because I don't trust much of what I hear. As far as the numbers with the convoy, if you think about it, I don't, it's, first of all, it's a real polarizing thing. I simply, on one of my the last video I put out on my channel on YouTube, I simply put a couple clips of news clips of people talking about it. And man, oh man, I got so much damn hate and discontent on it. I'm like, I'm just letting y'all know what's going on. I ain't saying I'm going. I'm just saying that it's there. Something to know about. But whatever. Right. People are triggered about anything nowadays. Whatever. Bunch of babies. But the thing about it, if you live in the middle of the country, are you going to drive your truck all the way to California or drive it all the way out to Virginia Beach to turn around and go all the way to Texas? Or are you just going to go straight to Texas? So the convoy is probably going to get more people as it rolls along. But since it's starting on both ends of the country, anybody in the middle or north of, say, for example, if you lived in Illinois, you're not going to Virginia Beach just to go to Texas. You're just going to go straight to Texas.
Okay.
So I'm willing to bet you a lot you're going to get a lot more people. I'm not saying you're going to get 700,000, but I'm willing to bet you're going to get a lot more people meeting you in Texas that are going to roll on down the road. I mean, I get it's cool seeing all the trucks go by in a convoy like that, but it's quite expensive to operate one of these things just to make a statement.
I mean, you're out there. I mean, do you get on? Does anybody chat on the CB or anything? Have you heard any drivers? Do you personally know of anyone that's actually planning to go or maybe in route down there? Or?
I don't know anybody personally that's going. My buddy Tim Gentry has talked about it. Obviously, I've talked about it, but I mean, we have no plans to go. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, to be honest right now, and that's the other thing too. I'm not negative about it, but the border situation has nothing to do with trucking. Why is it a trucker's convoy where it's everybody's problem? It's not a truck-specific thing. And that's what I wanted to get into, because I listened yesterday about that crap-ass Vice article. The Canadian trucker convoy, the Freedom Convoy up in Canada, last year, 2 years ago, a year ago, whatever it was, that was a trucker-specific thing. Because, we had, you had said that we had the vax mandates. No, we did not have industry-wide mandatory vax mandates, and we weren't forced to put apps in our phone to track our movement. If we wanted to cross the border, that was the case. But there's a lot more freight to haul other than crossing the border. Sure. So I don't know about you, but I didn't take no jab and I didn't lose no money. I just kept running like I always did. And if I was crossing the border, I'd have told them to take that jab and stick it where the sun don't shine and just done something else. But if you were a Canadian truck driver, you had no option. That's why it was a trucker-specific thing, because they couldn't operate even in their own country without a vax and a tracking app in their phone. So this trucker convoy here, the border situation, it's not a trucker problem. It's everybody's problem. So to organize it as a quote truck convoy is kind of dumb. I think it should have been just a protest for anybody, from soccer moms and minivans to bikers to car into anybody.
I mean, they are kind of saying. I mean, in this Newsmax, it said we're just ordinary citizens, farmers, ranchers, retired police officers. They are using, but they said people on if you have a bike, if you have a car, if you have a van. But I guess it emanated as a truck convoy. You're saying,
right? Which doesn't really make sense. I guess they. I don't. I'm not knocking them. I mean, someone's got to do something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not the type. Listen, I don't think I have to justify anything. I'm an American patriot. Okay, anybody that knows me knows this. So I'm not gonna.
And we all know the border is an absolute mess. But hey, we got to pause there. So hold that thought, cue ball, and we'll get our news break as we hit the top of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby lost it on a reporter at a White House briefing. That reporter kept pushing on whether or not President Joe Biden was looking at his poll numbers when he weighed his decisions on what to do as far as engaging our military in operations regarding Gaza, the Houthis, and Iran.
He's not looking at political calculations or the polling or the electoral calendar as he works to protect our troops ashore and our ships at sea. And any suggestion to the contrary is offensive.
The reporter kept pushing Kirby about the president bombing targets in the Middle East without Congress's backing. India's Navy was able to rescue an Iranian fishing vessel that was hijacked by Somali pirates. That rescue mission was the third this week in the same waters. The Navy able to free the 19-member Pakistani crew off the east coast of Somalia. Those hijackings happened in international waters, about 850 nautical miles west of the Indian coastal city of Kochi. It's tax time.
It's income tax season, and you can now start the process of filing your 2023 federal income tax return. Commissioner Danny Werfel of the Internal Revenue Service assures that efforts have been made to ensure a smooth and straightforward tax filing experience. I'm John Schaefer.
A former IRS contractor who disclosed tax records, including those of Donald Trump, is now facing prison time. Charles Littlejohn has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. He entered a guilty plea in October, admitting to one count of the unauthorized disclosure of tax returns. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Elon Musk's brain chip startup, Neuralink, has implanted its first chip in the brain of a human patient. Musk said initial results show promising neuron spike detection. Musk is hoping to be able to help patients overcome paralysis and a host of neurological conditions by having that chip track activity from neurons, the cells that use electrical and chemical signals to send information around the brain and to the body. The chip was implanted by a robot into an area of the brain that controls the intention to move. If you own a Toyota 2003 or 2004 Corolla or Corolla Matrix or a 2004-2005 RAV4, Toyota would like you to stop driving it immediately and get it fixed because the Takata airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill you. Toyota actually issued a do not drive advisory after more than 30 deaths worldwide, including 26 in the U.S. and hundreds of injuries that came from the inflator exploding and sending metal shrapnel inside cars and trucks. Winter has definitely showed up in Alaska. They've accumulated 8.5 feet of snow. Anchorage, Alaska, on track to break its all-time record of 134.5 inches. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard if you're just joining us. Another day underway. A final day of January coming on here. Already. All right, we left off talking some convoy talk. The Business Insider Which means, yes, more national publications are actually reporting on this now versus just some fringe reports, and I think mostly organized via social media, Facebook, Instagram, and those sort of things, trying to get it started here. The Business Insider says the itinerary shared on the website states they set out from Virginia on Monday, splitting into two groups, passing through different border states before ultimately Texas. The goal is simple: to shed light on the obvious dangers posed by the wide open southern border. The group has indeed seen widespread media coverage, quickly growing from its following on Telegram from about 1,000 over the weekend to more than 3,000 as of Tuesday, and raking in donations in the process. Per the fundraiser page, the money raised is needed for gas, for lead buses and trucks, city permits, media technology support, rally location expenses, communication equipment, staging at rally sites, lighting, supplies, and things of that nature. The page said the funds will be received by an entity named Mission WTP Haggai 28, which appeared to reference a Bible proverb. Now, organizers did not immediately respond to Business Insider as we looked for clarification on where the funds are going to go. All right, despite the massive intake of cash, footage that was posted via Rumble of the convoy's first day does not suggest a major turnout. Through that 2-hour video, a handful of people and vehicles can be seen wandering around a parking lot with little evidence of crowds captured in the video. Now, there are numerous other videos circulating with multiple trucks, flag-waving onlookers, which are pretty much fact-checked as the anti-COVID protests back in 2022. Now, one of the organizers, Scotty Sachs, also distanced the project from the high-tension border rows playing out between Texan and federal officials. We're not really focused on that, he says. We are not making a call to arms. We are here to peacefully protest under our First Amendment right and pray. So we left off there. Egon Q-Ball, was saying, somebody got to do something.
Yeah, it's basically what it is, Steve. I mean, the way I see it's real simple. Just somebody's got to call attention to this kind of stuff, and I sit and I wonder because listen, I'm not stupid. I learn, from the past. This kind of thing, it kind of makes me wonder when everything went down in Canada with the trucker protest up there. After a while, you couldn't help but it got so, it had to, again, because like I said, the Canadian truck drivers, they absolutely were getting burned by their government, and it was directly a trucking problem. So they went to their capital and they parked their rigs and all of that, right? You know how it all played out. Because it was a trucker issue. Now, this thing, it's an American issue, not just in one industry. And yet, for whatever reason, they decided to do it as a truck convoy. So now what I'm trying to figure out is this. The media didn't pay attention to the trucker convoy in Canada until it got massive. Why is the media pushing it now here when it so far hasn't seemed to be very big?
Mm-hmm.
That makes me wonder. What are they doing? Why is the media talking about what thus far is a non-event? Are they thinking it's going to be a big event?
Right.
Or are they setting the bait? Are they baiting the trap? Now, here's the difference. This protest is happening in Texas. I think back of January 6th. Now, that was a trap. There was multiple traps set at J6. We all know that. The whole bullcrap bomb that basically, from what I'm understanding, literally looked like a cartoon bomb or something, like it was a real thing. But people that I knew were there at, on that particular day, when they started lobbing the tear gas, they weren't sending the crowd, they weren't popping off the tear gas at the skirmish line. They were lobbing the tear gas over the crowd to try to drive the crowd. At least that's what these two people I knew were there were saying, that the tear gas was lobbed over the crowd to drive the crowd into the skirmish line, at which point DCPD started opening the gates and everybody went in. That area is a very unfriendly country should stuff happen and you wind up in trouble because you got a liberal jury and a liberal judge and all of that crap, and they're just going to steamroll you.
Yep.
In Texas, you would think you'd find, if crap happened, a more suitable, more normal jury pool should crap go down. So I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but the fact that media is talking about it and it hasn't happened yet, and it may not even happen anywhere near the numbers they're talking.
Correct.
To me, that almost sounds like, bait in a trap. But I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud and wondering. I don't know. It's something I for sure would look into. Now, with that being said, not everybody, if people say, okay, the whole January 6th thing, that was a waste of time. No, not really, because even if you were sitting in jail, or if you're still sitting in jail, now, years later, people are starting to recognize that, in this country, we literally do have political prisoners, and our government's perfectly okay with that. So it's like you get messed with by the government, but people are getting the stories out, and now more people are knowing about it, which makes the government look bad. They have to start reconsidering what they're doing, and it's also stirring up the pot and getting more patriots involved in their government. So it's not like it's a waste of time. It just seems like it's a big price to pay to wake people up.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I think this is as well. With this convoy, is it's a way to wake people up. I just don't know why they chose to try to push it as a trucking industry thing. And then they're going to go, well, it's got nothing to do between the Texas state government and the federal government. Those two things happen basically at the same time. And if it wasn't intentional, it's going to play out that way regardless. And that's the other thing I got to sit and scratch my head and wonder about. How long has, quote, Operation Lone Star been a thing? And how effective has it actually been? I don't know if it's actually accomplished a damn thing.
Well, every time that Texas and Governor Abbott tries to implement something, the federal government tries. Yeah, you start with they put the floating barriers in the middle of the river. The feds sue to shut them down, get them out of the middle of the river. They're putting up their wire. They're trying to keep people the concertina wire, and the federal government takes it to the Supreme Court and tries to shoot them down and say you can't do that. Governor Abbott tries to say that the local police departments, police in the state, are going to be allowed to arrest and send them back across the border. Federal government comes in and said, you're not allowed to do that. Everything they try to do down there, the federal government shuts it down, like they intentionally want these people coming in.
Oh, absolutely. But what I'm getting at is, I don't know how effective anything that Texas has done. I don't know if anything's been effective. And then you have to worry about who's this elevating? What is it doing for Greg Abbott? And if another character I see on TV all the time, that honestly, I hate to say it like this, but he's one of them guys nowadays. I think the most dangerous place on planet Earth to be is between that state police lieutenant with the cowboy hat and a camera. You ever notice that this guy on TV, I can't remember the guy's name, he first started seeing him after the whole Uvalde thing. And then this guy's all over the television now. He always has a green screen behind him, and it's always something, like the last time I seen him on TV, it's obviously a green screen behind him. And the picture that's depicted on the green screen is like a Humvee and like some concertina wire, to make it look like he's actually there with the troops. In reality, he's in his damn office in front of a green curtain. I'm like, dude, it's so fake. I'm like, dude, stop. You stop being Joe Hollywood. You remember, what was Sheriff Arpaio? Thing with him, like, the most, again, just like I said, the most dangerous place to be was between Sheriff Joe and a camera. Because all he wanted to be was Hollywood Joe rather than get the damn job done. He just enjoyed the camera too much. Yeah. And that state police, or they call it Department of Public Safety down there, lieutenant, he's all he become is like a public figure. It's almost like he's running for office in the future rather than solving the problem. I'm not saying maybe he can't solve the problem, but he's got a hell of a production crew to make sure he looks damn good on TV. That makes me start, that gets the cynical gears in my head turning, making me wonder if they're really trying to solve the problem or if they're running for future office. Mm-hmm. I don't trust what I'm seeing. I just don't buy it. I don't know. I wonder. It's like when you listen to one group of people, you start to wonder if this isn't going to go from a cold civil war to a hot civil war. Like literally, what's going to happen if it becomes a feds versus state government type thing?
Right.
Can that become a thing? Similar to the shelling of Fort Sumter back in the day. See how well that ended. I don't know. Can it get bad that quickly? I don't know. Or are we just posturing to look good for TV cameras? In reality, nothing actually gets done. I'm not really. Tell Texas they can't put wire. The Supreme Court just told Texas the government had the right to cut the wire. I don't know what's the actual truth of that. I don't get it. Right. And then there's the other thing that's got me wondering right now, because there's so much going on at one time, it's hard to keep track. So this drone, did you hear the news thing that they were talking today about this drone attack at this Tower 22 that nobody even knew existed? That apparently, I saw pictures on it on the news. Steve, I've seen high school campuses bigger than this place.
Really?
It's tiny. Well, tell me what the hell we're even doing over there? That's a different discussion, but I got to ask it. With that being said, now they're saying that, the drone was able to get the attack done because we thought it was a friendly.
Correct.
Do you buy that? Now, our government said, I hate to sound like George Carlin, but the government said something, automatically I don't believe it. Because, I don't know, that sounds really weird to me. You would think you'd be able to keep track. You're the military. You can't keep track of your own drone? I mean, don't these things have some kind of I know they're not like commercial aircraft or something with transponders, but don't you have a way to track ingoing and outgoing? Or friendly versus not? Especially in that damn neighborhood?
There's a lot of unanswered questions. Yes, there are unanswered questions because, supposedly, we have the defense systems to shoot those sort of things down, but what was this drone trailing right on the friendly coming in with it? I'd like to speak to some of the people that were actually there and in the know versus just getting our statement from Kirby or something.
Right, exactly. Well, first of all, if John Kirby speaks it, it's bullcrap. But I start to wonder because the way things played out, did they not? It's not like it's unheard of that they'll let something happen in order to have, to later on do what they want in the future. I don't know. Are they trying to get Lindsey Graham and Nikki Haley the war that they've been screaming that they wanted for years? I got to scratch my head and wonder, were these three soldiers the sacrificial lambs to get us involved in something?
Yep.
I all of a sudden, it's like, I can understand it. You could get sneak attacked, in Wyoming or something, because, look, there's a balloon in the air. Who would have thought that was that was a Chinese balloon, right? Who would have thought that was coming? But if you're in the middle freaking east, I think you better know what's flying overhead, especially if you're in America. Sorry, these roads are terrible. But But I think you better know what the hell's flying over your head, and if you don't, I'm going to say, okay, and if you're going to tell me that the reason these three soldiers were killed was because you thought it was a friendly, I want to know who's the incompetent buffoon that made that mistake. And someone needs to have someone needs to answer for that. How do you make that mistake? That's called incompetence. Even if it's legitimately what happened, that's incompetence at the highest level right there. You know, if you're in the Middle East, that can't happen, especially nowadays. After the whole thing, that everything was. Man, I'm going to try to tell Lane. This lane is incredibly bad. Sorry about that. I literally sound like I probably like I'm trying to talk. It's hard to talk while your guts are bouncing. But no, seriously. After everything that's gone on in Israel and everything that's gone on since was October 7th, you're in the middle friggin' east. You think you make sure something, flying over your head is going to drop something on you. I just, like I said, it's incompetence at the highest level, if it's even true that that's what actually happened.
Right.
I just, like I said, there's so much to keep track of nowadays, and I hate to sound cynical, but I don't believe a damn thing. Like, I just revert back to the convoy before I let you go. Patriots need to do something. I just don't know what the something is. If anything else, if you can't go or not going to go, you could donate the money to that Kiss and Go thing, But someone's got to do something. I think people are starting to wake up. I'm just really wary about the whole thing, whether they're just baiting a good trap. And like I said, the media's talking about it before it's even a thing, and that's got me wondering what the hell is going on for real. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it plays out in the end.
All right, Cue Ball. Well, thank you so much for checking in here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. Yes, several people said you need a headset. I don't know. It does have that scratchy kind of tinny thing, but obviously he's got to do the hands-free thing. So it is 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say? What day is it? What day? Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. It's good to hear Cue Ball out there on the air. So hopefully all his trucking's going good. But his headset could use a little bit more. I know mine. I don't know. Mine kind of makes me sound nasally or something, like I got stuffed up nose or something. But I don't know. Just quality control from China. I just don't understand, Your Honor. Why can't we have good quality control out of China? Maybe we shouldn't have it from China, right? But anyways, so I guess we do the, hey, Mike, what? It's the end of the month, Your Honor. What? How did this happen?
It is the final opportunity to say Mike in the month of January. Yep. Can you believe that?
Not only that, we can't even say we'll see it tomorrow in January, because tomorrow is the 1st of February, which means, hey, Friday's Happy Rodent Day. Are you ready for Happy Rodent Day, Your Honor?
Groundhog Day, Friday. How about that? So, I mean, seeing as it's on a Friday, does that mean the party's going to really be big there? People think a 3-day weekend?
I'm thinking it ought to be something spectacular when they stick their hands in the rodent hole and see if they get bit. I hope they get bit again this year. If you stick your hands in the rodent hole and you poke a rodent, don't you think you deserve to be bit if he was trying to hibernate and sleep?
Yes, right.
I'm thinking you do. So anyway, speaking about poking your hands in a hole and getting bit, my best suggestion to Kentucky Ken is duct tape and zip ties. And I'm sure, being a former law enforcement officer, he's very, very readily handy with zip ties. Yep. So I'm just thinking this new endeavor that he's getting himself involved with there. Zip ties and duct tape, I think, is going to be his two best friends there for that job. But I'm not saying how to transport kids in a big yellow bus or anything.
Yeah, right.
But,
right. Watch yourself. You're what are you trying to say? You're endorsing the cruelty of the children.
No, it'll be perfectly fine. They're going to sit perfectly still in their seats, and they won't be hurt whatsoever.
No spitballs, no flying paper wads, no tomatoes, no smoke bombs, no
yakking off, no biting, scratching, pulling each other's hair, all that stuff that happens that you don't want happening. Nope, can't deal with it. So, anyways, but good luck to him and his endeavors doing that. But better him than me. But hey, if he wants to do it and save the environment, because you got to be green now. Baltimore City has 25 brand new electric buses. We'll come back after the news, I guess, right?
We are almost at that time. Yes, indeed. So, all right. So, yeah, Groundhog Day, February 2nd, right? Everybody wants to know. Spring coming soon or later? Legend has it, if Punxsutawney Phil sees that shadow, 6 more weeks of winter. But technically speaking, this winter hasn't been all that bad anyway, so I'd almost take 6 more weeks. Minus the 10 below stuff we had like a week and a half ago, I'll take 6 more weeks of this kind of winter. Actually, we're about a minute from news break. A little bit ahead of time here. All right, since 1887, people have looked for the famous groundhog, but are his predictions accurate? All right, in the past decade, he's been right about 40% of the time. So he's wrong 6 out of 10 times. Phil has seen his shadow more times than not, predicting a longer winter, which is actually 84% of the time. Since 1887, he has seen his shadow 107 times, a mere 19 times where he has not seen his shadow. And he did see a partial shadow once. It did not appear once, and there was no prediction recorded actually on 10 other occasions. More often than not, he sees that shadow. Longer winter.
USA News Update. President Biden will be present at the dignified transfer of the soldiers who lost their lives in a drone attack in Jordan. John Kirby, national security spokesman, informed reporters that Biden has spoken with the families of 3 fallen service members Tuesday. Kirby noted that the president conveyed the nation's pride in their service. House Speaker Mike Johnson refutes allegations that his resistance to the bipartisan border deal emerging in the Senate is motivated by a desire to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
That's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. We're not doing that under President Biden.
Johnson said the deal under negotiation is inadequate. Unexpectedly, recent data showing an increase in the number of job openings in the U.S. According to the Labor Department's report on Tuesday, there were 9 million job openings in December. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. What do I got here? Got a Wednesday, because Horse Feathers had to go take care of business. Big Ed chimed in last evening on the wide open border, and he was kind of, how did he put it, talking about the sheer numbers, which in his mind were, I guess you'd have to say, hard to believe. Saying 8 million have come in under Biden's watch. Where the hell are they all? He said, I'm not seeing them. They're not in my neighborhood. I think to some extent, for so many, many years, that's been the mentality of much of the country. Right now, it's a different story for residents in Chicago and New York City and Denver and many other sanctuary cities. It wasn't their problem, but suddenly, with the thousands that are being bused and flown into their communities, they're like, it's a whole different ball game now. Denver is the latest I'll share with you because the numbers are in. Denver, Colorado, with over 700,000 residents, the latest city, inundated with over 40,000 migrants as a result of the ongoing border crisis, struggling to stretch their limited resources to support the growing number of migrants in the city. Texas has been transporting thousands to sanctuary cities like Denver to showcase, hey, the problems along the border shouldn't just be our problem. Now, with overcrowded shelters and overrun hospitals, Denver state officials have begun enforcing a limit on the amount of time migrants can stay in state-provided rooms. It should say Colorado state officials. A pediatrician and chief of government and community affairs at Denver Health said the hospital has reached out to state and federal government agencies for assistance. I think it's been an unheeded call so far in terms of who's going to be responsible for the health care of this population. In the meantime, it falls on the safety net hospitals like Denver Health. The city's medical institutions are draining staff and supplies on patients who can't pay for their services, all while the city exhausts their other resources to combat the housing crisis for the new occupants. This has created a rise in tent cities throughout Denver. There were 200-plus tents around our business, according to the co-owner of One Shot Back. That's a bar that Denver stated. There's people right across the street that couldn't even get to our door, so declined. The first 3 months, it was fine. After that, it's been pretty aggressive. The decline we've seen in our business, because all these people in the tents, people say the hell with it. I'm not going in there. Denver's mayor, Mike Johnson, predicts the city will have to use 10% of their budget to aid the increased stream of migrants. He also estimated Denver will need an additional $100 million to accommodate the population overflow migrating from Texas to keep the city's housing, schools, and hospitals afloat. In an interview on America's Newsroom, Johnson spoke about what he believes would provide a potential solution, saying, when folks arrive in our city, we need them to have the ability to work. If they have work authorization when they arrive, they can go to work and support themselves immediately. They don't need the federal or state support. Now, how many jobs you got there in Denver right now? What are all these individuals? What kind of jobs can they handle? Now, Denver paused the discharge of migrant families back in November of last year. They also welcomed families who had previously timed out to return to shelter. But over the past 2 months, Denver has seen a dramatic uptick in arrivals, are currently sheltering 4,000 people. This influx, the fourth significant surge in arrivals since late 22, is straining capacity, and based on their current projections, could force the city to cut as much as $180 million from their annual budget, according to the statement. So that brings us to Eagle on a Wednesday. Hello, Eagle. How we doing this morning?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm on pretty early tonight, okay? Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight, Steve. First of all, want to talk about the deal that's going on. Biden once again, looked like his name popped up again. In the situation, Steve, okay, now here's the deal. Okay, now I know I waited all day long, Steve. I waited all day long as I was driving my truck. I heard news reports about what's going down with Iran and the game that these people are playing. But I thought during my driving days, as I was driving the truck, Steve, I thought that I would hear one of the announcers say the United States has now begun bombing the infrastructure of Iran. But guess what? I never heard that, and I still haven't heard it as we speak right now, Steve. I'm talking about the family right now, these 3 individuals that lost their lives for no reason whatsoever. Like I say, nobody's talking about nuclear Armageddon, Steve. You got these idiots out there, that are saying that certain people in Washington, D.C. are warmongers and they want a war. Maybe there are some people that's warmongers. Maybe they are. But nobody is telling Joe Biden to drop a damn nuclear bomb on Iran. We're talking about taking out the infrastructure, taking out the people that's helping them, taking out the things that they have that they need. That's what we're talking about. Nobody said nothing about dropping a nuclear weapon. And this is what this idiot Joe Biden had to say, Steve. See, somebody needs to explain this to Joe Biden, Steve, and that might not even work either. See, for the last, how many times you say the U.S. been attacked in the last couple of weeks? Over 150 times. I think that's what you said.
Correct.
See, and shooting at warships and everything else, and then they just killed these 3 people. Okay, see, so they have already declared war, Joe Biden, brother, just in case you didn't know that. When somebody attacks you continuously and then they kill your people, it sounded to me like they don't like you very much. But Joe Biden still thinks that these people want to be his friend. This is not a game, Joe. 3 people already done lost their life, my man. So you better wake up and realize war has been declared. Nobody's asking you to go to war with Iran. He's talking about he don't want to get involved in a larger conflict. We're not talking about no damn major war, Steve. We're talking about retaliation for what these individuals did to Americans and get our point across that it's not going to continue. That's what we try. That's what people are trying to tell this idiot. So, meanwhile, time goes by, the clock is still ticking, Steve. They talking about they going to make a move. Meanwhile, Iran is sitting back. The leader of Iran, I can tell you what he's doing right now. He's sitting back watching his television, just like everybody else is, waiting for Joe Biden to say what he's going to do. And guess what? That guy going to be waiting for a long time because ain't nothing going to go down. The same thing. Joe Biden is all hot air, Steve. He gave himself away with this last situation that's going on in Texas. See, he said he was going to do a deal in Texas that he said that Abbott had until Friday night to get his people out. He was going to take over the place. Guess what? It's now Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, and Greg Abbott is still in Texas. So that just seems like Joe Biden is nothing but a bunch of hot air. And in the same way he's hot air with Texas, brother, he's the same way with Iran, Steve. Ain't a damn, like you said before, all he's going to do, Steve, is what you call like a photo op. He's going to drop a couple of bombs to satisfy people like me, you know, so when people say, oh, he dropped some bombs, you know, he trying to do something at Iran, and and his bombs ain't going to accomplish nothing. He ain't going to do nothing really damage Iran. Iran's still going to have just as much power as they have now as they had then. So that's all he's going to do right now, Steve, is a photo op type operation just to satisfy people and get things quiet because he's not man enough to do the job the way it's supposed to be done, Steve. So we'll have even more Americans get killed because the Iran hasn't learned their lesson. They know that Joe Biden is a joke, and they think America is a joke. And when they hit the USA land, which is coming real soon, it's not a matter of what time, day and time it's going to occur. But you can bet your last dollar, Steve, every dollar I got in my pocket tonight, we will be attacked sometime in 2024. You can best believe that because the people are already here. Now let me talk about these people right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you. These people that are coming in. Okay, they got a video out right now, Steve. They got a video that I watched today of over in California of Chinese individuals, Asian individuals, Arab individuals. All these people are in the USA. They came across the border, all of them. Now, what the hell is all these people? Chinese, what's going on in China right now, Steve? Why would a man from China want to leave China? What the hell's going on? They ain't got ain't nothing going on in China. So why are they trying to relocate to the United States? These people have another agenda on their mind, Steve. And Joe, and like I said before, here's the reason why people like me are so pissed off, Steve. Okay, Joe Biden, he's not. Okay, we realize he's not concerned about these so-called immigrants that are coming in. Okay, let's overlook these people. What about these terrorists that are coming in, Joe? Why can't you shut the border down because of the terrorists? Are you that stupid? You gave a deal last night, Steve, of former U.S. people that told the U.S. that we're in imminent danger of an attack because these individuals are coming into the USA, and Joe Biden still won't close the damn border. This makes we are the laughing stock of the world, Steve. I don't know, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, I don't know if Joe Biden is doing it on purpose or he's just too stupid not to shut the border down. But one way or the other, we gonna get burned because of Joe Biden's stupidity and lack of doing the job. we will be attacked, and it's going to happen real soon. And like I say, I don't hold back about what I say, Steve. I know exactly who to blame. It won't be some just isolated individual in Washington. It goes right back to that front seat of that White House. That's who it belongs to. Joe Biden said he got the power. He said he the man in Washington, D.C. Will make the decisions, loser, and maybe it makes something happen. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
So the official word on Tuesday is Joe has made the decision. He has made the call, I guess. So somewhere out there, orders have been given. Obviously, they're not going to tell us, and we don't need to know what's going to take place. Joe has made it clear we will strike back. What is not clear is who will be hit, where, and how hard. Now, he has a wide array of options, but, they tell us we're walking a fine line here. A weak response, which we've already done several responses to these attacks, which is, to date, really done nothing to deter them. Again, a weak response will do nothing to deter further attacks by the Iranian-backed militia groups. Whereas a major assault would risk expanding the turmoil in the Middle East, and we could be drawn into a much wider conflict. Tuesday, Biden bluntly answered with yes when asked if he decided how to respond to the attack. He added the U.S. wants to avoid triggering a broader Middle East war. That's not what I'm looking for, he said. Nonetheless, the 3 service members that are killed, first to be killed in militia strikes since the start of the Israel war in Gaza, triggering demands from many in this country for a strong response. Target options range from inside Iran, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the Quds Force. It could be Iranian ships at sea. It could be the Tehran-backed militia groups, some key militant leaders in Iraq and Syria. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby raised the possibility that the U.S. will take what we're calling a tiered approach, several different actions over a period of time. They kind of go through all the various options, but the most likely move would be to hit the Iran-backed militias in Iraq and Syria, which we've already done. So we'd be doing that again. Those are the groups that have launched. The number is now 166. 166 attacks on U.S. installations since October the 18th. There have been 67 in Iraq, 98 in Syria, and now 1 in Jordan. Yesterday, one of the major Iran-backed militia groups announced in a statement the suspension of military and security operations against the occupation forces in Iraq, referring to U.S. troops. This particular group, which U.S. officials consider a top suspect in the Jordan attack, said the suspension was to prevent embarrassment to the Iraqi government. In response, Major General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary, said, actions speak louder than words. 10 before the hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, let me toss a couple of industry updates your way. I think it was in our first hour Tuesday morning's program. We heard from the Carolina Monkey Gouger, and he had kind of alluded to the fact that it appears the FMCSA has just put this broker transparency rule on the back burner, like they're not going to do anything. I guess that sentiment had come from the fact that they did not include an entry for broker transparency in the latest DOT significant rulemaking report. I guess yesterday, the FMCSA wanted to clarify a rulemaking aimed at addressing the lack of broker transparency in the trucking industry is still on track to be released this year, confirmed by the FMCSA. That clarification after the DOT, as I mentioned, this significant rulemaking report did not include any entry for that. Statement from the communications director said the FMCSA remains committed to initiating a rulemaking in 2024 concerning broker transparency. Now, the DOT's significant rulemaking report is not a rundown of every regulatory action planned by its agencies. Rather, Executive Order 12866 defines an economically significant rulemaking as one that would have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Waters said the FMCSA does not believe the broker rulemaking meets that definition. That's why it was not included in the report. Now, however, the FMCSA's previous projection that a notice of proposed rulemaking would be published in October of this year does still appear to be on track, they tell us. And then you learn something new every day. We talked several weeks ago about this, I don't know, what you call it, a nuclear verdict, where Werner Enterprises, after a trial, the jury awarded $36 million in compensatory and punitive damages for the guy that, the deaf man that they refused to hire because he was deaf. Remember that story? A federal judge has ordered Werner Enterprises to pay a deaf trucker 6 figures for a discrimination case. Wait a minute, 6 figures? Thought the ruling was $36 million. Yes, a significantly reduction in the jury verdict, who had awarded tens of millions of dollars. A judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of Nebraska entered a final judgment in favor of Victor Robinson for more than $335,000 in that disability discrimination lawsuit against Werner. That was the case back in September, where the jury awarded $36 million. The trial revealed a practice of not hiring hearing-impaired drivers, which the court ordered Werner to document for the next 3 years after 5 years of litigation. That jury awarded Robinson $75,000 in compensatory damages, $36 million in punitive. Now, instead of paying out tens of millions of dollars, Werner has been ordered to pay Robinson less than 1% of the verdict awarded. How does this work? And this blew me away. The Civil Rights Act of 1991 gave plaintiffs in employment discrimination lawsuits the ability to receive damages related to emotional pain and suffering, as well as punitive damages. Prior to the act, plaintiffs could only collect out-of-pocket losses, including the likes of back pay and attorney fees, However, the 1991 statute actually set a cap on how much in damages can be awarded. Accordingly, federal law limits the amount of compensatory and punitive damages to $300 or $300,000 for employers with more than 500 employees, which obviously Werner has. And per the federal law, a court is not to inform the jury of these limitations. So you have all these literally years of litigation and trial, and I assume the attorneys on Werner's side were probably aware of this going in. That, I mean, long story short, we're not going to pay much more than $300,000 no matter what comes down the pike. So that's how that comes out. $300,000 cap, so it is 844-844-3388. So I guess, but you're not allowed to tell the jury. So the jury just goes through all this, and they listen to the evidence, and they say how much is it worth? How much damage have they done? And they agreed on $36 million, but they had no idea. No matter what they offered, $300,000 was the biggest they were going to have to pay out. Close out hour number 2. Like I said, you learn something new every day. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden is seeking additional authorities from Congress to enhance border security. White House Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton argues that that's why House Republicans should support the anticipated border deal that is emerging from the Senate.
And if, Speaker Johnson is serious about securing the border, which he also said this morning that he is, then he should work across the aisle with us, reach back across the aisle in good faith and join us. We're working along with Senate Republicans as well as Democrats.
Biden has stated the deal would grant him the ability to close the border, a measure he intends to implement upon signing the bill into a law. However, Speaker Mike Johnson contends the Senate-crafted deal is likely to face significant opposition in the House. House Speaker Mike Johnson also refuting allegations that his resistance to the bipartisan border deal is motivated by a desire to assist Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
Manu, that's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. We're not doing that under President Biden.
Johnson maintains the deal currently under negotiation by senators is inadequate in terms of securing the U.S.-Mexico border. President Biden will be present at the dignified transfer of the soldiers who lost their lives in a drone strike in Jordan. John Kirby, National Security Council spokesman, told reporters that Biden has spoken with the families of the 3 fallen service members. Kirby noted that the president conveyed the nation's pride in their service. Attempts to impeach Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his management of the border crisis are intensifying. The House Homeland Security Committee, led by Republicans, is currently drafting articles of impeachment. A potential vote on the House floor could come as early as next week. The first meeting of the year for the Federal Open Market Committee began Tuesday. The 2-day event will conclude with an announcement regarding the future of interest rates on Wednesday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Tuesday afternoon, a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched from Cape Canaveral carrying supplies destined for the International Space Station.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff. Go Cygnus, go Falcon.
Notably, the rocket propelled the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo spacecraft into orbit for its inaugural journey. If you own a Toyota 2003 or 2004 Corolla or Corolla Matrix, or a 2004 and 2005 RAV4, Toyota would like you to stop driving it and get it fixed because the Takata airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill you. Toyota actually issued a do not drive advisory after more than 30 deaths worldwide, including 26 in the U.S., and hundreds of injuries that came from the inflator exploding and sending metal shrapnel inside cars and trucks. In anticipation of the Super Bowl weekend, United and American Airlines are introducing additional flights connecting Kansas City and Las Vegas, and the flight numbers are catching the attention of both Swifties and Chiefs fans. American Airlines included 2 flights with the numbers 1989, paying tribute to Taylor Swift's birth year and one of her most iconic albums. The flight's scheduled to depart from Kansas City to Vegas on Friday, February 9th and Saturday the 10th. Additionally, after the game, there is a Flight 87 departing from Vegas on February 12th, which corresponds to Travis Kelce's jersey number. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, Let me say good morning to Sean. Appreciate you checking in via email a little bit earlier. Sent me a couple of pieces of info, and one of which he was at the Love's Travel Center in Milan, Michigan. Went over to the Hot Shot secret product aisle, and no hang tags to be found there. So either they're sold out or maybe haven't made it to the shelf yet. I think the first is probably more likely. There's Kingpin checking in. Good morning, 34 foggy here in Lima. Made a deposit on the cruise yesterday. This will be my wife and I's first cruise ever. We were listening to the live question and answer about the cruise the other day. We got a kick out of Lauren's reaction to you when you chimed in to say a goodbye. You had to go to bed. She stopped, kind of paused, looked at you, then turned back around and told us you were using your radio voice. I'm thinking that's all I know. I might not recognize you on the cruise if you're not using your radio voice. I honestly don't know. I don't think I changed my voice. Maybe I just try to accentuate a little better when I'm on the radio, versus... Anyway, looking forward to seeing everybody on the cruise. Stay safe, be well. I'm with you. Thank you very much, Martin, a.k.a. Kingpin. That's great. And if any cruise friends out there that may have missed that, we spent about an hour. Was that on Monday, Tuesday, whatever it was? You lose track of the days. I think it was Monday. Anyway, I had Stephanie, our travel agent, answering questions about transportation and whatnot. We actually got an update on that as well. We got a Facebook page, Steve Summers Overnight Drive Cruise Facebook page, and you can watch that interview there. She may help answer a lot of questions, and even got some new information since then. Actually got the transportation. I think she got a quote this past day for a big charter bus that would hold up to 56 people for $30 round trip. That's like $15 a person each way. That at $30 a person round trip, taking you from the Embassy Suites in Miami, take you to the ship when we sail out. Then when we get back on the bus and back to the Embassy Suites. And from there, you could take the free shuttle from the Embassy back to the Miami airport. That's all that info there on the webpage. Philadelphia. All right. Philly Dan, we've shared a number of stories from your neck of the woods about cargo theft. Following an early morning cargo theft, police in Philadelphia searching for a trio of brazen beef thieves. This was Monday of this week. Police responding to a call about 1 o'clock in the morning about an active theft involving a pair of refrigerated tractor trailers. According to police, the two drivers both were asleep in the trucks parked on Red Lion Road, waiting for a nearby Quaker Foods facilities to open for a 6 a.m. delivery. Then the thieves struck. Police reports indicate that one of the drivers was actually woke up during the incident and saw a white minivan and dark-colored SUV pulled up to the grass next to the trailer. When he got out to check on his load, he discovered 3 unknown black males unloading cases of meat from the truck into their vehicles. According to police, the 3 men had cut the locks on 3 trailers, but only took product from 2 of the parked trucks. In total, the thieves made off with 4 pallets of frozen meat product from one trailer and a case of meat from the other. About $20,000 worth of meat, they say. No arrests thus far have been made. The investigation is ongoing. But when it comes to cargo theft, crooks in Philly seem to have a hankering for large quantities of meat. Just last November, police investigated a similar incident. 15 boxes of frozen beef stolen from a tractor trailer while the driver was parked overnight. A month before that, police responded to a heist involving $73,000 worth of crab clusters. In that instance, like the others, the driver was asleep in the cab waiting for the early morning delivery. According to ABC6 in Philly, cargo thefts in that city have increased significantly over the past 5 years. More than 100 reported cargo thefts in 2019, a relatively small number compared to the 257 in 2023. Now, this week's cargo theft is already the 10th reported in Philadelphia so far in 2024, so off to a good start. See what's going on with Vic this morning. Hey there, Vic, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good there. You were talking about the Red Line Road in Philadelphia and that I-271 State Road 8 interchange kind of brings back some memories. Both of them were, let's just say they weren't entirely pleasant memories there, because you had to get off of 95 to get on Red Line Road there in Pennsylvania. We used to deliver books up there, and parts of that Red Line Road was good and parts wasn't, and used to be a left-hand exit when we went across the 271 to get on State Road 8 there as you went through Akron and up through there. So anyway, the thing I always had to look out for was for somebody on those left-hand exits. All of a sudden, they want to jump in front of you, but rather than just slowing down and staying behind you and taking the exit, you're in the fast lane already. They want to jump over there and take a left-hand exit and hit their brakes right before they exit. And so anyway, like I said, just one of those things that wasn't my favorite places to be. It's kind of odd that you mentioned both of them.
Wow.
But going back in time, do you remember back there whenever Senator Trent Lott got upset that talk radio had pretty much put the kibosh to that Gang of 8 amnesty deal way back when? I don't know if you remember that or not, but Senator Trent Lott was upset. He said, we're going to have to do something about this talk radio, because all the different talk radio shows at the time were against that amnesty bill that the Gang of 8 brought up. And they literally melted the phone line switchboard there in Washington, D.C., and I think that's whenever y'all went to Washington, D.C., and there have been other rallies around. And the reason I bring that up is after that, the Democrats took control of the House. They controlled the whole thing, the executive, the legislative, and pretty much the judicial. And they did nothing with the immigration bill. They could have already had the immigration bill that they said they wanted, amnesty and all that, but they chose not to do it. So that kind of makes me wonder, why did they choose not to do it? Did they realize it was going to be political suicide, or they didn't feel the timing was right, or what? And this deal with Mayorkas, he's not the sole, what I want to say here, educator or the sole legal authority for that border. Because for people to get asylum, they have to enter at a port of entry. Any other place, that automatically disqualifies them for asylum.
Mm-hmm.
And asylum is supposed to also involve the State Department. And if there are children involved, it's supposed to involve the Human and Health Services. So when they're talking about all this, I'm really curious, Mayorkas impeachment, I'm curious if he has been reaching out to these other agencies, because I'm pretty sure that the State Department still has to be the one to grant asylum. I know years ago that's the way it was, because there were people south of the border and also in other countries that they did have legitimate asylum claims. That's like the Colombia people. There were people in Colombia that were forced to murder other people, or they were told their family would be murdered, and they were acting under the fear of the cartels. So there are some people that have legitimate reasons to leave where they're going, where they're living and coming to America. And there's a whole process that goes along with that. And I don't believe those processes are being followed. And from my standpoint, Mayorkas should be impeached, and also Biden should be impeached, because he's not following everything either if he's not making sure that the whole immigration process is going according to law, or as they say in the slang world, according to oil. Because if they follow everything and cross every T and dot every I on all the different visas and everything else, there really shouldn't be a problem right now. The problem is they're not following the law, quite simply. And the convoy that's going down there and everything, I really don't know what that's all about or how much good it's going to do or anything of that nature. But it does look a little suspicious. And just real briefly here, because that goes back to the whole thing there with the January 6th deal, I've seen today that they identified the person that laid those pot bombs, and they pulled the FBI agent off the case that was investigating it because he had tracked it and was actually a retired chief master sergeant from the Air Force, and he's a government contractor. And when the FBI agent got to that point, he was pulled off the case. I only seen that once. But the person that was reporting it, I pretty well believe that they knew what they were talking about. So don't really know what's going on with this whole immigration thing. But again, with the United Nations, come to find out, the United Nations is the one that's been stirring up all this immigration. And that's kind of hit the news today. So this whole immigration thing, it all ties back in to this whole China-Iran thing that's trying to attack America. And that, to me, that's just another leg of the war that these people are prosecuting against the United States. It's kind of a solid war, a silent war. And I don't know... I don't want to show disrespect to the people that have gotten killed, no matter whether it was the Navy SEALs that tried to board that ship, which I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that story unless somebody got careless. And SEALs aren't really known for being careless. They're taught how to board those ships, even in rough waters. Coast Guard is. I just have a hard time believing they got swept overboard that easily. And the other one went in after him. But it could have happened that way, and that's the same way with saying that the reason they didn't fire on that drone, they got the people over there on the Syrian border, they got confused and thought it was a returning drone. It's like, that makes no sense either, because there should have been a line of communication somewhere. If it was leaving that base, they should have known what was coming back and what wasn't. So I just have a hard time believing anything the government says anymore. It's a terrible thing to say, but that's the way it is. But basically, what I was saying is that what I wanted to make a point is there are people that have deplorable conditions, and they need to get away from them. And we have an asylum process that's supposed to work. We have a work visa program. There is no reason for anybody trying to get into this country illegally unless they're up to malicious purposes. I admit the visa program, they have that lottery thing, and somehow I think labor contractors managed to get most of those visas. That needs to be done away with, and the E-Verify needs to come back. And other than that, I think, and the existing laws will pretty well take care of all that. And Eagle mentioned about stuff going in China. Well, China's been messing around in the markets because they're so broke over there. And yesterday, I believe it was, that some of the markets, commodity markets here in the United States, come out and said, well, Evergrande has been investing in the American markets to try to make up their losses in real estate in China, and they were told to get out of all of them, and basically they had been manipulating the markets. And so that kind of had a strong effect downward on the agricultural markets. But in China, they really can't employ all of their people unless they're in one of these, gigantic things, where they show them living there and working there and all that. And their suicide rates kind of over the top for people working in those things. And Hong Kong and Taiwan are both kind of spitting in the eye of China, and China doesn't like it. But I don't think China believes that they can really raise a legitimate army to actually mount any sustained effort or anything. So they're kind of I'd just say a paper dragon right now. They're putting out a lot more effort, but they are coordinating with North Korea and Russia and Iran. Russia is building a pipeline into China, and in order to furnish China with oil, despite the sanctions. So those particular countries, long and short of it, Steve, they really don't have that much money, and it wouldn't take very long to impoverish all of them. So if Biden does it and does it properly, and he asks the International Atomic Energy Agency to inspect Iran's nuclear program, he really wouldn't have a need to really bomb a whole lot in Iran. He will have to get the message across to the different little proxy armies, but Iran has to have money to support those proxy armies. You take the money away from them to where they can't support those proxy armies.
Yep.
Proxy armies, and then you send a message loud and clear to those proxy armies.
Well, before Biden took office, did not Trump have sanctions that was really hamstringing Iran just like that? That Joe Biden ended those sanctions. Plus, we sent him another $6 billion here last year. So this is really correct. This is Joe Biden's fault. As I think I mentioned that to Pappy last evening, we're essentially sending our money, or we removed the tariffs, allowing Iran to get richer to fund those proxies that are now killing our own forces. It's a good point to pause there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. And right back at it here on a Wednesday. Yay, hump day coming on. See what we got going on with Carl this morning. Hey there, Carl. How you been?
Well, right now, I've been in the middle of my sinus infection again. It's the third time I've had this in the past 2 months.
Wow.
And right now it's not doing too good, but I'm still out here working, humping it away. But I'm going to have to suggest to my doctor here pretty soon about receiving that endoscopic sinus surgery that kind of cleans out the sinuses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really not making me feel too good right now. But anyway, I just thought I would call in. Thank you for taking my call, by the way. This business about Joe Biden, of course, we know what's going on with him. He's being controlled, and obviously he's got his own ideas too as well. But the Democrats, I don't know of anything that I agree with. Do you, Steve? Do we have any agreements with Democrats? Period. Do we?
Not. I mean, off the top of my head, no. We don't.
That's what I'm getting at here. You see, everything that they have to say, everything is a disagreement with us as far as our common sense logic goes. They don't agree with anything. This abortion thing that's came up. Okay, you know what? A woman can do anything she wants to do with her own body, Steve. Okay, but just don't ask me to pay for it. All right. Okay, I don't want to pay for her decisions. Okay, if she wants to do birth control of any kind, it's none of my business. Okay, I have nothing to do with that. Okay, I have no business placing my opinion on that at all. And if she wants to have an abortion, she wants to murder her baby, then that's going to have to be between her and the Lord, and she can do whatever she wants to do on that. Don't ask me to pay for that, okay?
And that's, can we pause right there, Carl? And we'll come back following a news break.
USA News Update. President Biden will be present at the dignified transfer of the soldiers who lost their lives in a drone attack in Jordan. John Kirby, national security spokesman, informed reporters that Biden has spoken with the families of 3 fallen service members Tuesday. Kirby noted that the president conveyed the nation's pride in their service. House Speaker Mike Johnson refutes allegations that his resistance to the bipartisan border deal emerging in the Senate is motivated by a desire to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
But that's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. We're not doing that under President Biden.
Johnson said the deal under negotiation is inadequate. Unexpectedly, recent data showing an increase in the number of job openings in the U.S. According to the Labor Department's report on Tuesday, there were 9 million job openings in December. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. And Carl hanging in there, feeling a little under the weather, but all right, Carl, thanks for being there.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, coming back to me there. If these ladies, they want to have abortions, they want to do what they want to do there on that, don't be calling it reproductive rights, okay? It's not reproductive rights if you're killing your baby. If you're murdering your baby, that's not reproductive at all, okay? It's not your right to murder somebody, okay, period. And don't be asking the American people to pay for it. All right? I mean, I just thought I'd plug that in there. But, yeah, this business about Joe Biden, okay, he has invited Iran to do what they're doing. He's been doing this. Him and Obama started the sending the cash to Iran, okay? The cash on the planes to Iran. They are guilty. They are guilty of aiding and abetting the enemy, both of them, okay? They have done this repeatedly over and over again, and we don't know how many times they've done it. We have seen it reported twice that I know of, okay? We don't know what he's doing right now under the table. We don't know what he's working out with Iran's Khomeini over there, the Ayatollah. Okay? We don't know what's going on with that right now. He is giving them cash. I guarantee he's giving them cash on this deal here too. Okay, and he's going to say, "Oh yeah, all right, we're going to hit them. Yeah, we're going to hit them." Well, let's look at it this way. They've already been hitting us. Okay, so we're going to hit them. Where? Okay, where are we going to hit them? Okay, we're not going to go after the Ayatollah like Trump told them. Trump said when we went and got Soleimani, okay, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When we went and got Soleimani, he said the next one that we're going to go after is the Ayatollah, okay? We didn't hear nothing from them after that. Nothing, because they believe Trump. They know that Trump is going to go and do what he said he was going to do. And he's not giving them money under the table. He's not. And then we've got Biden here paying them our money, our taxpayer dollars, okay? And they're getting the money. And along with that, they're not getting hit either. So, yeah, he's going to go after him. We're going to hear a report, okay? He's hit the base that this drone came from that killed our 3 service members. All right? I would say that would be one of the targets right there. Okay? Well, this is a big deal, right? Okay, he's going to hit that base that let go with the drone there. Okay, yeah. After a few days, after they've already gathered up all their equipment and hit it and put it in different locations and whatnot, and then they may show us a building that got hit over there, building here and there, you know, and it's just ridiculous. They've already telegraphed what they're going to do. There's been news reports what's going to happen here already. Okay, he's not going to hit inside of Iran. He already told them he wasn't going to do it. And if he's faking, that's a good thing. If I'm wrong, that's a good thing. But I guarantee you I'm not wrong. He's not faking. He's not going to do anything other than what he's already telegraphed that he's going to do with Iran. And then China's got the green light still yet to go to Taiwan. And we've got the open border crisis right now, that the same as it has been, and getting worse and worse and worse every single day. And then the Democrats have the gall to speak up about Mayorkas. There is no basis to have him undergoing this impeachment. I just cannot believe the gall of the Democrats, the absolute gall that they have to show in public. And then today we see another Democrat. That the squad there, the girl, the woman in the squad
Cori
there,
Bush.
I can't think of
Cori
her name.
Bush.
But she's hired her husband to be her security guard. Oh my God. I cannot believe the gall of these people. And then she's paying him the same wage that she would pay anybody else to do the security, and he doesn't even have a security clearance of any kind. He's not a security guard. He's not a certified in the field at all. He doesn't have a license to perform, and she's just paying him so she can launder the money inside of his bank account and get it out whenever she wants it. I mean, amazing. It's just amazing what they do. And then Biden, we know about him all over and over and over again, the things that he has done to this country. I mean, my God, we just can't even imagine the hurt that he's put on all of us who are working people. And then we want to say that he's still capable to be president of the United States? I mean, how can we do this to our own nation? I have no idea, except that we just want to die. And it's just, we want to roll over and just forget about the Constitution. Just roll over and forget about everything that we've ever worked for, and just be a subservient to these incompetent leaders. But I'll just go ahead and get off here, Steve. But I'll say this. I'll say this one last thing. Joe Biden is the devil. He is the devil, and he is no more than the devil. He is the devil in disguise. And the people out here who vote for him are voting for the devil. They're voting for Satan. And that's the things that they do. They deceive. They deceive the people. They deceive everyone. And it's a shame. Thank you. Thank you,
Carl. Hope you feel better soon. As far as the Cori Bush thing, I mean, I saw the headline, and of course she's going to be playing. I don't know if she played the race card yet. I did on the news break. I believe they said that she had a security guard, that she married her security guard and left him on the payroll. So essentially, her husband is still on the payroll. Now, if he was the security guard before she married him, I'm thinking I don't know the background. Did he have the clearances and whatnot? I'll double check on that, but that was my understanding. She married the guy and then left him on the payroll. I guess that's not supposed to do that. Then Joe Biden yesterday, of course, he's coming right out and saying, when they stand before you and actually lie to your face, he says, quote, "I've done all I can do to secure the border." So, what? Immediately, House Speaker Mike Johnson fires back. That is simply not a true statement. That is an outright lie. Now, Biden made his remarks while he was speaking to a reporter before leaving the White House en route to Florida for some campaign fundraising. He says, quote, "I've done all I can do. Just give me the power I've asked for the very day I got into office. Give me the Border Patrol. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work right." So he's trying to muster congressional support for the bill, which, of course, he's primarily concerned about funding for Ukraine. Johnson reacted to Biden's appeal with a blunt assessment, and he gave the details. That is simply untrue. He's either lying or misinformed. Now, being the president of the United States, you'd think he should know the pros and the cons, but he went into much greater detail, citing things that he could do right now. Number one, presidential authority to restrict entry. 212 Clause F. Expedited removal. 235B, Section 1. These are laws he could cite. He could do these. Next, discretionary detention authority, 236, Section A. Mandatory detention, 236, Section C. Now, Biden's claim, as conservatives, particularly in the House, raised these concerns that this border security, what they're calling border security measures being proposed, could actually make the problem worse. The bipartisan Senate talks continue. House members have voiced their concern that these proposals are actually going to attract more migrants to the border that's already overwhelmed. That Republicans are preventing border security reflects the recent White House messaging that conservatives, including Johnson, express resistance to the reported details of the legislation being discussed in the Senate right now. Critics say this could actually worsen the crisis by drawing more to the border. With millions already in the country, Johnson said Friday it's problematic that any new restrictions in the potential Senate deal could actually be ignored by Biden. He said the president should make a good faith gesture by taking some immediate action. 1, 2, 3, 4 items he listed. These could all be done. Trump had most of these things being used when he was in office. All the things that Joe Biden immediately rescinded. I mean, what about the Remain in Mexico? He halted construction on a border. Trump's signature border wall, he suspended the Remain in Mexico, requiring many asylum seekers to stay south of the border while their claims are being processed. I mean, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You can't make this stuff up. All right, Pappy got you coming up here. Philip checks in from Florida, and on we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Wednesday. Hope your week's going well. What's happening, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve?
Here we are.
What's going on, my man? Yeah, I had a laugh when you were talking about the radio voice, right?
Yeah.
Steve, we had a guy, he no longer, he's been gone a while. He was with another agency, wasn't ours. But he acted like he was a announcer, like on The Price is Right or something, man. It was comical. Steve, he'd get on the radio. I'll see if I can do him here. He'd get on the radio and be like, "Hey, Charles 80, traffic stop." And the comm center would be like, "Oh, my God, here we go again." "Go ahead, Charles 80. I'll be out with Ohio passenger. Adam Boy Charles, 1234. Location, Western Northern Boulevard at Budno."
That's great.
I'd just be like, oh. So in my best radio voice, Steve, happy to be on the Overnight Drive. What do we got for Carl behind door number 1? A big cookie. What do you think, Steve?
That works, yes. Carl, big cookie here on a Wednesday.
Man, great call. Leaving it all out there. Hey, listen, man, with all due respect to Philip, I think he's on hold. I think his scenario last night is probably incorrect. Steve, you know I got a drone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a, little civilian drone here. Steve, all you got to do is click through a couple pages, and it shows you on a map exactly where that drone is. Within feet. It's all GPS. If that thing goes down, you can track it, man. All you got to do is you can track right where it went down at. And these military drones, obviously, man, you don't have to turn the warning system off or the radar system off, right, when these things are returning. They know where they're at. If you're looking at a radar globe, so to speak, right, and then a warning system, you can tag your drones in the program that not to sound off the alarm on this signature that this drone is giving off. You follow me?
Okay.
So if there's an enemy
you would
drone
think the
coming
military
in,
would have
it's
all
still
that
gonna
tech.
pick it
Right.
up.
Okay. You'd think the military would definitely have all that thought out.
Yeah. And to think, if somebody did literally shut the system down, like Dick was saying, what kind of incompetence is this? Speaking of Pearl Harbor, see, when the Japanese planes were coming in, man, they had that lookout on one of the other islands. And the guys, spotting the planes, radios ahead. Hey, man, we got a squadron of planes coming in. And some Yahoo, sitting behind a desk. That's probably the squadrons of 214s or something.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it. So sometimes human error can create a problem.
Absolutely.
But, the big question is, I had a general, I forget his name. I think he was on Jesse. What the hell are these troops even doing there? Why are they there? Why are these troops out in the middle of the desert, Steve? He said they were combat engineers. Meaning that they're there to build roads and, What the hell are they doing there? And he was like, man, I'm telling you, they're just leaving them sitting out there to be sitting ducks. This general, retired general, he had a lot of questions why we have a lot of troops in some of these areas where they shouldn't be. They brought up the fact of, and I remember this well, Beirut was around 1983, bombed a Marine barracks, killed 240 Marines. What did Reagan do? Well, he brought, he was a North Carolina battleship. He came in and launched a few shells in there, Steve, but we pulled out. Reagan was like, get these troops out of here, man. We're backing up. No reason for us to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is, Steve, they want a war. They want a war. If somebody wants to fight you, right? If Pappy's like, I'm going to go kick Mr. Steve Summers' ass, I'm going to find him, and we're going to have at it. Sooner or later, Steve, you're going to have to fight me. Sooner or later. And what's normal is you're like, if you find out, hey, I got to fight somebody, maybe you'll hit the gym, maybe you work out a little bit, do a little training.
Yeah.
What do? We put skirts on the generals and admirals and go into all these woke classes and DIE training and diversity hires and putting people in positions Now, you're going to take that vaccine or you're going to be dishonorably discharged. Force good men, women out of the military.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the problem, man.
If we actually ended up in a conflict with Iran direct, I mean, I believe that their sentiment is that the rest of the Arab world, I mean, when we start destroying and killing, that they want the entirety of the Arab world to come up against us and Israel, because they could. I mean, that's their goal, is the demise, if the end of Israel, the end of America, death to America. Remember?
Yes, sir. What we talked about last night, my last words. How many of these terrorists? How many of these?
Yep.
Death to America crowds in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
1,000, 2,000, 50,000,
well,
500,000.
Hundreds of thousands. We don't know. Yep.
What if there was 1,000 Iranians in here? Steve, let me tell you something. If you can get people across the border, if you can smuggle fentanyl across the border, you can smuggle weapons. Military weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Self-fed machine guns, RPGs. Don't think that some of these people might not have some of this stuff. It'd be hell to see 500 people walking down, Pennsylvania Avenue, armed with self-fed machine guns and hand grenades.
Well,
they're having at it.
There have been Hollywood scenarios where that's actually happened, and how many times have we seen Hollywood come to real life?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. As negotiations continue regarding a new border deal, Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, delivers remarks on the Senate floor Tuesday about the negotiation efforts regarding the security supplemental package. The New York legislator telling the chamber negotiations are nearing the finish line, but says there's more work that needs to be done before the package is finalized. Senator Schumer emphasizing the importance of bipartisanship to get the job done.
Both sides have an obligation to tune the partisan noise out and to continue working. Bipartisanship is the only way that action on the border is going to happen, that aid to Ukraine will be secured, that help to Israel in the Indo-Pacific, and aid to innocent civilians in Gaza will happen.
After an Iranian drone strike killed 3 U.S. troops off the border of Syria and Jordan, New York Republican Congressman Mike Lawler says there's more than meets the eye.
I think the unholy alliance between China, Russia, and Iran has come into full view. China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum.
Lawler is a sponsor for the Stop Harboring Iranian Petroleum Act, or the SHIP Act, which would impose sanctions on people who work with Iranian oil, preventing them from obtaining visas or owning property in the United States. Missouri Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush is criticizing the Justice Department for its investigation into her campaign spending on security services. Bush is under scrutiny because she married her security guard last year and kept him on her campaign payroll. At least 4 people are dead after a boat carrying tourists sank off the coast of Cancun. The boat carrying over 16 guests and crew members sank after getting caught in a strong sea swell, according to ABC News. At least 7 people are missing and 8 have been rescued. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A verdict may be reached in another trial against former President Trump. USA's Ryan Daniels has the details.
A decision in former President Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York might be reached as early as this week. State Attorney General Letitia James is hoping a Manhattan judge will mandate Trump pay a fine of $370 million in her case against the former president. She alleges that Trump falsely inflated the value of real estate to secure more favorable loans.
After his police force arrested 59 illegal immigrants in his suburb, Oak Brook Police Chief Brian Stokas says he is working hard to protect his community.
It's a problem for my community. Our police department's responding accordingly. We're shifting our resources to our retail areas to make sure those areas are well protected. But it's definitely a problem that extends beyond the borders of Chicago.
Chicago is in the spotlight as Mayor Brandon Johnson extended the eviction deadline to March for city-run illegal immigrant shelters after being pressured by the city council. In anticipation of Super Bowl weekend, United and American Airlines are introducing additional flights connecting Kansas City and Las Vegas airports, and flight numbers are catching the attention of both Swifties and Chiefs fans. American Airlines has included 2 flights with the numbers 1989, paying tribute to Taylor Swift's birth year. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operation durability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We like to say, welcome into a Wednesday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So here we go, back at it. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Pappy.
No, thanks for holding over, Steve. You know, you had your Lindsey Grahams and Nikki Haley's out there. Bomb them back to the Stone Age.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all because they're part of the military-industrial complex. It's money in their pocket. Steve, the problem, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, the problem is we got these buffoons in here that I don't trust to make the right decision on the right response. That's the problem. They don't get their civil war here in the United States. Are they going to get their holy war? A lot of other people around this country would like nothing, or around this world would like nothing more than that.
Mm-hmm.
I know Eagle brought up the analogy the other night about kind of like disciplining your kids. Steve, I went to a run one time. This teenager was acting up. The way she was talking to her parents, man. I'm looking at the parents and I'm like, why are you smacking this girl right across her mouth? Let her talk to you like that. No, we've never disciplined her. I guess we should start. I mean, it's too late now.
Mm-hmm.
The girl's 15. Should have done that when she was 3, 4, 5. Get your kid over there with the light. I'm not talking about beating your kids. If you're whooping your kids every day, something's wrong. That's not discipline. I'm talking about you catch them over there with the light or trying to catch the curtains on fire. They got an ass whooping, Steve.
Right. I mean, when I was growing up, the whole message we knew was if Grandpa has to unbuckle his belt, he's going to use it. Don't make him unbuckle it. And once he unbuckled it once, and I think only twice in my life I can remember. Once he unbuckled it, and he said, "This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you." But I mean, I knew I didn't want to do anything to make him unbuckle that damn belt.
Because once you do that a couple times,
you learn. It
once
hurts.
you show them,
yep.
You take that lighter and put it up to the curtain and try to catch it on fire, you know what's going to happen. So, as a result, Steve, you don't have to whoop them no more. If you're constantly whooping your kids, something's wrong there. I'm like you, Steve. I think I had maybe 2 or 3 when I was young. And I'm like most of your callers, man. The last thing, let me tell you, I never, ever mouthed off to my mother. The thought never even crossed my mind. Not so much because I knew Dad could come home with my ass, but because I had respect for her. Just and the way you see these kids talking these days, it's just unbelievable. Hey, with that though, I will get off of here. And like I said, if I heard Philip correct, no disrespect, but if he was talking about, and he could correct us if I'm wrong here, but he was talking about when these drones come in, They need to shut down the warning system.
The defense.
I think that's incorrect. They don't have to shut these things down. But with that said, Steve, I appreciate you taking the call. Back to work tomorrow, back in the saddle, Wednesday and Thursday. Man, you're right about this weather, though. My God, Steve, we need the sun, man.
I haven't seen the sun.
Miserable.
Yep.
Miserable. Hammer down. Stay safe. Appreciate it.
Thank you much. Have a good morning. All right, speaking of, there's Philip. Let's see what he's got on his mind. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing well. I see we've got, I guess, busy times down there. I see you had another launch yesterday about the noon hour.
Yeah, I just went to lunch, and I didn't even get a chance to see it. So, yeah. But they got one that was a cargo mission going to the ISS. About what Pappy was just saying. Mm-hmm. The story that I heard was that they were landing a drone, and they turn off an alert system for the base when they landed the drone. That was what I heard. This is a story that I heard.
Mm-hmm.
And that the other one was on the backside of it and came in and crashed into where those barracks were. Now, whether that story is correct or not, I don't know. It's just a story, and that's what I was talking about yesterday.
Right.
Now, I will say this much: if they run it in the backside of another one, and they ran it on top of it, where the signatures were on top of each other, everybody thinks our military is the most up-to-date military in the world. Well, I got news for you. There's some instances they're not. Not every company has the most updated equipment when they work, and the same way with our military. So, but that is the story I heard, and I'm sorry, Pappy, if it sounded incorrect, but that's the story that I heard, and that was the way I interpreted it. So, it is what it is. And a lot of people didn't know at Pearl Harbor, but there was a radar system that was being tried out at Pearl Harbor and during that time frame, and nobody would listen to those guys either.
Yep.
They were talking about the spotters and all that stuff, but there was actually a military had a radar system that they were testing at that time on Pearl that was being used that picked up the Japanese coming in, but they didn't. They're like, what is this? This can't be right. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was in English. The English folks were, folks from England were running it. The UK people were running that radar.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. That's the story that I heard, and that's just a story. Whether it's correct or incorrect, I'm sorry if it was incorrect. If it's correct, it's correct. But I will say it.
We all wonder what the truth is. I mean, earlier, Cue Ball was kind of talking about the same thing, and of course you probably weren't up yet because that was like I think in the first or second hour. But yeah, he was saying that's what can you believe? It's almost like anything coming out of Kirby's mouth, you can almost guarantee it's probably not true. And we all want the truth. I'd like to speak. I'd like to speak to some of the people, some of our people that are actually there at Tower 22 and. Get the truth of what they say happened, but we can't get that.
Yeah, I know. And what's funny about those drones is when you get underneath 500 feet on a radar, everything gets sketchy. I mean, if you think about it, you know how big a B-2 bomber is, right, Steve? That's a big plane.
Right.
But when it goes into the stealth mode, it's the size of a bird on a radar. That's how big the signature is for it. And like a F-22, it's the same kind of thing. The stealthing capabilities that we have in our military is unbelievable, and the Russians have it too as well. We're not the only ones, but to jam a radar to the point where you can make something that's as big as a B-2 bomber, the size of a bird. It's incomprehensible, and it's what today has come to, and that drone technology is getting way up there too. I mean, it's so bad here, we had to ban them here at Disney because people were flying them in the hotels. They were flying them in the parks. You know, I mean, they're banned here. The only ones that you see here are the ones that we have on property that we use for filming or whatnot. And that's it, you know. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you were talking about the electric cars yesterday and the tires wearing out. Did you get my email?
Yes, I did. You said that you something about the roads there in Florida. They've got, that they're very abrasive and that everybody's tires do wear a bit quicker there.
Absolutely. The tires wear out really quick down here. The reason being is we use a lot of, they call it coquina, but it's a shell. It's a like a substance with shell in it. And it has a lot of shell in it, and shells are very abrasive. It's almost like sandpaper. So if you come to Florida, be expected. It's not so much the roads are really rough. It's just like sandpaper. It's like you're running on sandpaper. And it's basically that.
I think I know where he was getting to, but we may have lost our connection. So we'll get hooked back up here. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it. Okay, Philip, we lost connection there. You were talking about the roadways and the abrasiveness with the shell material they use there in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, we use a lot of shell in our paving materials down here, make the roads abrasive. Can you hear me okay, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay. With the electric cars, driving an electric vehicle is not like driving a gas vehicle. You know, so like when you let off the gas in a regular car, a gas car, you have fall off. In an electric vehicle, you don't. Depending on the vehicle and how it's set up, you have dynamic braking. And then on top of that, you have the friction brakes, which are the normal brakes like you have on a gas vehicle. So when you put in all those equations, you're going to wear out tires. That's all there is to it. You're going to have it. And then when you have a person that has got the car and is learning how to drive the car, and they try to drive it like a gas car, then that burns it up even more. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, because the story I was sharing did say that I guess you have the immediate torque, the immediate power with the electric vehicle, which takes time to ramp up on your typical automobile.
Yes. So like when the biggest thing that people have to get used to when they drive an electric vehicle is when you go into braking, and I'm talking dynamic braking, And you hear a lot of this regenerative, which that basically means it's putting the power back in the battery. But when you go into dynamic braking, it's there instantly. When you go into braking in a car and it's like a pneumatic system, which the Teslas do have that, so do the Ford Mustangs. They all have the common brakes like we have on our cars, which are friction brakes. When you go into a friction braking by itself, the friction braking, it takes a second before it catches. With dynamic braking, it's instantly, because the electric motor is right there. It's the same technology in trains. The trains have friction brakes, and they also have the dynamic braking that they have. And they can use the two. We have it on the monorails. We have a brake electronic control unit that controls our friction brakes and our dynamic brakes together, like an ABS. You know what ABS is, so everybody does that. But that's what happens with electric vehicles. And there's a lot of people that think they drive just like a regular car. They don't drive like a gas car. You have to get used to using dynamic braking. So when you let off the brake, or you let off the the accelerator, or the throttle, they call it the throttle. They don't call it an accelerator. Well, same thing pretty much. But when you let off of it, the braking is instant right in. It's starting right then and there. It's just like a Jake brake. It's the same theory as a Jake brake. The only difference is a Jake brake doesn't hit it as quick as the dynamics do. Dynamics, it's instant. It turns around right there and it's slowing that vehicle down instantly. And then you add in the friction brakes. And that's what happens. A lot of people say, well, it doesn't slow down fast enough for me. Now I'm going to hit the friction brakes, and I'm going to have the friction brakes going as well as the dynamic brakes. And when you do that, you're tearing up tires. You're causing motor damage. You're causing all kinds of stuff. Dude, I've been driving these trains out here for 14 years with this. And it's taken me a long time to learn how to drive them. The first couple of years, it was like, all right, so this is how this works. But then when I got to drive training people and I seen how people do it, the process and people, how they comprehend it, then I figured out a little bit more and made it a little bit more smoother and a lot more. So like when you're riding in a train and you stop, I want it to come and stop just very gradual. Mm-hmm. You don't want to jam it up. Because think about it, Steve, you got 360 people on a train. If you stop instantly, you're going to throw everybody forward.
Right.
You don't want to do that. All right. So it takes years to figure out some of this stuff. And like when you guys go and you ride the subway somewhere, or you ride an Amtrak or something, a lot of those engineers, it takes them years to figure out what they got to do to stop that vehicle. And now let's add that into a freight train where you got millions of pounds of material that train's hauling. You got to do the same thing, but on a bigger scale. And that's something that a lot of people don't look at in the big picture when they buy these Teslas. This is something that people are going to have to learn if they go to electric vehicles. Me personally, I don't think it's going to happen right now because there's a lot of people that can't afford it. And it's in its infancy still, in my opinion. We still got a lot of problems with batteries and all kinds of stuff. But that's all I pretty much got, Steve. And Pappy, like I said earlier, buddy, it was a story I got, and that was the way I interpret it. That's why I put it in my what I said yesterday.
Right.
If it's true or not, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I will tell you those drones and some of these systems that the military does have, they are still primitive. And I do think that we don't have all the best stuff out on the field all the time. Take case in point, we still got B-52 bombers are out there, and how long those guys been around? They've been around since the 50s, if I'm thinking right. Am I right, Steve?
I do believe.
And they say they're going to run them another probably 25 to 40 years, So, I'm not saying the planes are bad. You can take any old airplane and make it into a new plane by rebuilding it and putting the up-to-date latest computers in it.
Sure, new technology.
Absolutely. The system that controls our trains at Disney here is the same system that they use all around the world for different trains and automation. They took a 150-year-old train, this company that put our system in, 150-year-old train that was in England, and made it drive itself. Okay? So if you can take a 150-year-old train and make it automated and drive itself, that's some crazy stuff. And this company that built our system, I'm not going to say their name, but if you want the name, you can come get a hold of me, Steve. I'll let you know what it is, but I don't want to say it on air here. But that company has built a lot of train control systems around the world, and they're doing it all the time. And they're doing it on freight trains and passenger trains. And they took a 150-year-old train and made it move by itself. That's some crazy stuff. So just food for thought. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
As always, Philip, you do the same. Have a great day. Be safe down there. All right, a couple minutes, we'll hit our news break, and we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. A couple of other quick tidbits here. We, of course, had heard and shared earlier this week the advisory from the State Department about people traveling to the Bahamas to be extra cautious. They had, I think they put the to level 2 there. Yesterday I came across where Jamaica is another place they're really advising people to try to stay away from. They've put the advisory level for Jamaica at level 3. The past week, State Department has warned U.S. citizens to exercise increased caution when visiting the Bahamas. 2 killings took place over the weekend, adding to an already alarming homicide rate there. They're now saying reconsider travel to Jamaica. I mean, there's like all these Caribbean islands, there are all-inclusive resorts and things. I mean, what you expect to be nice places. The warning on Jamaica was updated now at level 3, which is just one level below the strictest do not travel advisory. Violent crimes, home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides are common, according to the State Department. But they also went on to say sexual assaults occur frequently, including at the all-inclusive resorts. It says local police oftentimes do not actually even respond to serious criminal incidents. So I could see a scenario. You've paid good money. You've flown to Jamaica. You're at an all-inclusive resort. You're expecting there's going to be security and you're going to be safe at the resort. But something happens, wife gets raped or whatever, and sexually assaulted. And, I mean, local police don't even want to show up. All right, so we'll take care of our news break right there, bottom of the hour. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby lost it on a reporter at the White House. The reporter kept pushing him on whether or not President Joe Biden was looking at his own poll numbers when he weighed his decision on what to do as far as engaging our military in operations regarding Gaza. India's Navy was able to rescue an Iranian fishing vessel that was hijacked by Somali pirates. That rescue mission was the 3rd this week in the same international waters. It's income tax season, and you can now start the process of filing your 2023 federal income tax return. A former IRS contractor who disclosed tax records, including those of Donald Trump, is now facing prison time. Charles Littlejohn has been sentenced to 5 years. Corey Myers, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, be on the lookout for the Hamburglar. You remember the Hamburglar as a kid? I do. He's got a new car. If you can spot the Hamburglar in his new car, you could win free Mickey D's food and merchandise. Monday, McDonald's unveiled the Burger Cuda. Rather than Barracuda, the Burger Cuda. The Hamburglar's new getaway car as he drives across the country. According to the news release, the Hamburglar is driving coast to coast in his custom 1970 Plymouth Barracuda getaway car to make the ultimate burger-stealing heist. And fans who spot the Burger Cuda can win free food and swag. If you spot the car, you can scan the vehicle's code, I guess, to be rewarded with a McDonald's gift card along with Hamburglar-inspired swag. Those who don't spot the Burger Cuda can still enter to win free McDonald's burgers for a year at SpotHamburglar.com. Now, the vehicle, the Burger Cuda, will be easy to spot. The custom black and white stripes on the exterior and interior, the red detailing, and the Hamburglar logo on the headrests. It's also got the bun-like hubcaps, spare tire disguised as a cheeseburger, and his signature catchphrase, RBL, RBL, on the hood scoop and the license plate. Be on the lookout. Well, okay, there he is, the anonymous hippopotamus. Had to take care of business, huh?
Yeah, we got to the point where we had to transfer some product from one tank to another, so duty calls.
I get you.
So anyways, so has there been any spotting of, I believe it's Grimace? Wasn't Grimace the big purple guy there?
Yeah.
Always was trying to steal people's shakes. I don't know. Keep an eye out. Maybe Grimace and the Hamburglar are out there causing havoc and no good. But other things there. Did you happen to see the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile has some traction issues? I see a picture of it all sideways and jacked up on a highway, needing to get a tow truck out there. But I'm not sure exactly where all that happened, but I guess that was with all that bad weather we'd had there in the past couple of weeks. But I guess they don't have any bad weather out there Denver way, and I guess there's no problem with people out there in their tent city. It was, 60 degrees out there yesterday?
Yeah, right.
But, hey, it could be 20 there today after being 60 there yesterday. So, anyways, maybe they want to bundle up, take their chance. But so, anyways, yeah, I was getting to the Baltimore City School District has now picked up 25 school buses to replace the bad diesel, bad for the environment, bad for the people. This is what they're saying, is that these electric school buses are going to be good for the people that have asthma. Huh?
Okay.
the people that have asthma is going to be good for, and they're going to use these school buses as mobile classrooms, because they're going to teach the kids how good they are for the environment, what they're doing to protect the environment. Now, they can't teach the kids in the schools, but they're going to teach them on the school buses about what the school buses do. Who's gonna do this, Your Honor?
We're having to educate who is going to replace Greta Thunberg. I mean, we need some new youngsters to be the spokespersons for the climate there.
I guess so. And anyways, and they were saying how much better it's going to be for the drivers, because they're not going to have to sit behind a big, noisy, dirty diesel engine to drive their buses. I'm thinking they're not going to be driving them very far, because, Baltimore here is, as much as it doesn't get very cold, because yesterday's record low temperature would have been -4 degrees if we could have reached it, to try to break it. And the day before that the record was -7, which is the coldest recorded temperature in Baltimore. It's happened 5 times, 3 in the 1900s and twice in the 1800s. It got down to -7. So, anyways, I think just even with the normal cold that we have here, which usually gets into the teens and occasionally into the single digits, I think the battery capacity and usage of these things isn't going to be very good.
Right.
And as we're talking, the weight of the vehicle has a lot of effect on the batteries. Now, how much do you think these buses could weigh with, to begin with, being a bus? And number two, all the extra, you add in for these electric operations and the batteries and all that. I'm just wondering how many kids they can actually carry because of how, what their weight is. So anyways, I don't know. We'll just have to develop this. But it's going to be interesting. I'd like to see if there's some way we can follow this, but I'm not sure. They're probably going to hide all the numbers and how many buses are actually in service at one time. I mean, what was that one place you talked about? I think you said they had 5 buses
and none of them in service. Well, three of them. I mean, one of them where I've had two different stories in the past week where cities that have bought a bunch of buses, that they're all out of service. One has, like you said, 3 out of the 5 are not in service, and they can't get any parts to get the damn things back on the road.
Because the one bus manufacturer
went
isn't even in business anymore.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So I wonder who built these buses for the city of Baltimore. I wonder if they're going to have that same issue. But just unbelievable what these people keep going. And one of the local the county executive for Baltimore County, he's running for a House seat, which I'm sure he'll end up getting because he's a Democrat, and he's running for one that the Democrats retiring from. So I'm sure that there's going to be no problem moving up. But his platform, his platform that he's standing on, running on, is going to be climate change and abortion. And that was the two major things that he spoke of in his thing, but he does have to resign. He does have to resign being the county executive before he can run for the other seat. So if for some reason he doesn't get the other seat, well, then I guess he's on the unemployment line. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you can't be on can you be on the unemployment line if you quit your job, Your Honor? I'll have to look into that. Anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. It's kind of, I don't know. They said there's a little bit of this Alberta Clippers still supposed to be coming through. There was rain up there in Philadelphia there around the midnight time, so I don't know if that's still hanging around up there or not. But that was there then, and other than that, we got back into the dry weather coming back down to Maryland. There, got down below the Macy-Dixie. You know, it's all good once you get below the Macy-Dixie, Your Honor.
Right.
But
yeah,
other than that, I guess
most of the precip I see is all down in like Virginia and North Carolina. I mean, if you see anything, it ain't going to be much. So.
Yeah, they were saying it was going to be. It's like a 25-30% chance there for the day for the Baltimore area. They were saying so. Anyways, I guess with all that there, we'll let you go out there and do your due diligence here. You can have that much more of the show to go. Just. You can handle it. It's all on the downhill side.
There you go. All right. Thank you much. Thanks for dialing us back up. Get that propane delivered. People got to stay warm, right? Let me see here. Dennis, a little bit ago, what did he say a little bit earlier? Steve, I've been trying to be a first-time caller, but I get a busy signal every time. 844-844-3388. Is that the correct number? Yes, it is. And yes, we go from it's feast to famine. We'll have empty lines, clear lines, and then full lines. We've had about a dozen busy signals. We have several lines available, though. If you want to dial us up there, Dennis, feel free to check in, say hello. First-time caller, you got it. Hello to Rick in Columbus on board this morning. Roy chimes in as well. Good to have you on board. I think Eagle wanted to talk a bit about, according to the call screener, Michelle Obama. Now, we've had some of the rumors, the rumblings of Michelle's going to be riding in as the savior of the Democrat Party, right? Dave Rubin, this past day, according to the New York Post, let me tell you what they had to say. Trump's unparalleled success in the polls has Democrats panicking. Especially considering Biden's support is waning by the day, rumors have been circulating that Michelle Obama might take Grandpa Joe's place in the upcoming election. Now, thus far, that's all we've had to go on is rumors. However, the New York Post recently reported there is indeed a plan afoot for Michelle to take over for Biden in the 24 race. Dave Rubin shares a post from Valuetainment. The article went on to say that, quote, there's a plan to have Biden announce in May that he's not running and have the former First Lady take the nomination without a primary vote during the DNC convention in August. Allegedly, this has been the plan for quite some time. Now, according to an article written by the New York columnist Cindy Adams back in the summer of 22, Michelle held a meeting in New York City with major hedge fund CEOs and told them, I'm running, and I'm asking for your support. The Democrats know they have to do something, whether it's Gavin Newsom or Michelle Obama. They know they cannot walk this walking potato for another 4 years. Now, Sarah Gonzalez spoke today, admitting the prospect of Michelle running actually scares the hell out of her. Now, author and podcaster Michael Malice, not familiar with him, however, is confident Michelle is simply a fantasy. He says it's a boomer fantasy. And I quote, "The idea if Biden is incapacitated that she's the plan B, that's crazy," he says. She's never won an elected office. She has no political resume. And the claim that everyone in the Democratic Party who has paid their dues would just step aside for her, that's nuts. If there were an actual plan for Michelle to take Biden's place, it would not have leaked through Cindy Adams. Cindy Adams, who wrote the stories. So again, it's just more rumors, and more rumors. Let's see what Eagle has to say. Looks like Gilligan is on board, and there you go. Yes, several lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, promise we get you back to Eagle here, so let's take care of that. Hey, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay, Steve. I appreciate you giving me the lead up. A lot about Michelle Obama. Hey, listen, Steve, man, you know how I feel about the Obamas and Barack. This guy here. Okay, now here's how it goes, Steve. Now they're basically telling you know that this human vegetable Joe Biden, he's out of the pit. He's out of the picture. This guy here is useless at this point. They ought to go head on. If the Democrats if they were really thinking smart, they get rid of him now. I don't know what the hell they waiting on. But here's how it goes, Steve. If Michelle Obama jumps in the race in May or June. Now, you went over a couple of things that I'm about to say. First of all, Michelle Obama has never been involved in politics.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, Michelle Obama knows nothing about foreign policy. She never dealt with the leaders of Iran, Russia, North Korea, China, South Korea, all these so-called leaders of these other. She knows absolutely nothing about this deal. Financial-wise, money-wise, she doesn't know anything about getting the economy back in order, brother. So you expect me to believe the Democrats expect me to believe that Michelle Obama is a better qualified than Donald Trump to jump into the White House. But here's the bad thing about the whole deal, Steve. They're trying to play the American people for a sucker once again. You mean to tell me that Donald Trump has been campaigning for the last year, 2 years, trying to get back in the White House, and Michelle Obama's gonna jump back in the race with about 3 or 4 months left and come out victorious in less than 3 or 4 months in November?
Mm-hmm.
And you expect me to believe that she's gonna get more votes? And there wasn't no dirty dealing going on in those 3 or 4 months. It doesn't work that way, my friend. You have to be campaigning, Steve. This is Joe Biden pulled that trick off in 2020. The first guy I ever seen who won an election who didn't even do a damn campaign, didn't even go out and do nothing, and he still came out the winner. So you figure, we already know how that went. So like I say, if the United States people are dumb enough to believe that Michelle Obama can beat Donald Trump with only 3 or 4 months of preparation for the White House, then they're dumber than I think they are.
Yeah.
Because see, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way, Steve. Something is not adding up about this situation with Michelle Obama. They basically giving themselves away. You know who's running the White House right now, and that's her husband, Barack Obama.
You took the words You took the words out of my mouth, because I was going to ask you. I said, right now, who do you think is actually running things in D.C.? And many, many people believe it is Barack. Now, all those things you said about Michelle not knowing how to deal with foreign leaders and all that, not having to run an economy, but her husband has been there and done that for 2 terms, and he can coax her and coach her along the way.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Of course,
you took the words right out of my mouth. But here's the scary part about the whole deal, Steve. Here's what's scary about Michelle Obama being in the White House. You think that Barack Obama has control of Joe Biden, but he's married to Michelle. I wonder how much control he's gonna have then. When he's married to this individual that's in the White House, and you see all the racial division we had none of that racial division with the police and all the black and white going on when he was in the White House for 8 years. We ain't had none of that going on since he left the White House. Can you imagine what's going to go down if Michelle Obama gets in the White House? All the racial division that's going to pop up again all of a sudden between blacks and whites and other races. This is not going to work, Steve. Like I said, Michelle Obama, she needs to stay out of politics and just keep doing what she's doing, which is nothing of making money doing tours and all that around the United States. But like I said before, I know this for a fact that there's no way in hell that Michelle Obama can tally enough votes in 4 or 5 months to beat Donald Trump in a fair and square election. I don't give a damn what they say. So they can pull that trick on somebody else if she does come out the victor. But I know who the real winner was. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to be her. So we'll see what happens, Steve. Like I say, Biden, he's done. The only reason he's hanging around at this point is to try to get his loser son pardoned so he don't have to go to jail for crimes that he committed. I didn't say he didn't commit crimes. He did commit. That's all he's doing right now is trying to keep his son out of jail. And then Biden he'll go off to the retirement home where he should have been a long time ago. Because see, hopefully by the time he leaves, see, here's the scary part about Biden, Steve. He still has about another 3 or 4 months on the job. There's no telling what kind of problems this loser might get us in the next few months. With the Iran deal going on, the Texas deal going on, China getting ready to go into Taiwan. There's no telling what's going to go down in the next couple of months before he actually steps down from the position. So we'll see how it turns out. But like I say, Michelle Obama, you think, like I'm going to put one last thing before I hang out with you, Steve. You think Barack Obama was a disaster in the White House? Let her get in the White House and you'll see what a disaster is. You'll find out what it's all about. All hell will break loose in America if Michelle Obama steps into that damn White House. I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call.
Okay, I say, lucky thing it's all just rumors. But yeah. And as I tried to explain there, Pappy said, a vote for Michelle is a vote for Barack. Barack, come on. And undoubtedly, if you put the combination of the never Trumpers Anybody but Trump. I don't care if it's Mickey Mouse. They'd vote. You can put Mickey Mouse. There's a contingency of that. You put, those who loved for 8 years of Barack Obama. I mean, Barack Obama right now, and actually Bill Clinton is, according to the polls, more favorable than Joe Biden. Yeah, right now, current polls. Supposedly, Barack and Bill are all going to jump onto the wagon for whomever the Democrat is. Now, I have my reservations. I can't, as the one commentator pointed out, you've got a number of Democrats out there that have what they call paid their dues. They've been in office. Gavin Newsom, for example. How could he sit back on the sidelines and not, say, no. Yeah, Michelle has done nothing. She's never won an election. So, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, like I say, you got to have something to talk about. And a lot of this rumor stuff, that's all it is. But, and I guess another scenario where a cruise ship comes to the rescue. A couple of guys found floating in a kayak in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Apparently, their fishing vessel had sunk, and they ended up in the kayak. Monday, rescued by the crew of a Carnival cruise ship. Carnival said the Carnival Jubilee passed the island of Mujeres, Mexico, off the coast of Quintana Roo. The ship's team members spotted the two men in the water. Didn't say how far away from land they were. Apparently, it's a pretty good ways. The two were pulled onto the ship, evaluated by medical staff, given first aid, food, and Carnival said the men told them they got into the kayak after their boat sank. They were transferred over to the Mexican Navy vessel shortly after rescued by the crews. And we'll return. Final hour coming up here. What do you say? It is 844-844-3388. There's the number to dial. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Corey Myers. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby lost it on a reporter at a White House briefing. That reporter kept pushing on whether or not President Joe Biden was looking at his poll numbers when he weighed his decisions on what to do as far as engaging our military in operations regarding Gaza, the Houthis, and Iran.
He's not looking at political calculations or the polling or the electoral calendar as he works to protect our troops ashore and our ships at sea. And any suggestion to the contrary is offensive.
The reporter kept pushing Kirby about the president bombing targets in the Middle East without Congress's backing. India's Navy was able to rescue an Iranian fishing vessel that was hijacked by Somali pirates. That rescue mission was the third this week in the same waters. The Navy able to free the 19-member Pakistani crew off the east coast of Somalia. Those hijackings happened in international waters, about 850 nautical miles west of the Indian coastal city of Kochi. It's tax time.
It's income tax season, and you can now start the process of filing your 2023 federal income tax return. Commissioner Danny Werfel of the Internal Revenue Service assures that efforts have been made to ensure a smooth and straightforward tax filing experience. I'm John Schaefer.
A former IRS contractor who disclosed tax records, including those of Donald Trump, is now facing prison time. Charles Littlejohn has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. He entered a guilty plea in October, admitting to one count of the unauthorized disclosure of tax returns. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Elon Musk's brain chip startup, Neuralink, has implanted its first chip in the brain of a human patient. Musk said initial results show promising neuron spike detection. Musk is hoping to be able to help patients overcome paralysis and a host of neurological conditions by having that chip track activity from neurons, the cells that use electrical and chemical signals to send information around the brain and to the body. The chip was implanted by a robot into an area of the brain that controls the intention to move. If you own a Toyota 2003 or 2004 Corolla or Corolla Matrix or a 2004-2005 RAV4, Toyota would like you to stop driving it immediately and get it fixed because the Takata airbag inflator could explode and potentially kill you. Toyota actually issued a do not drive advisory after more than 30 deaths worldwide, including 26 in the U.S. and hundreds of injuries that came from the inflator exploding and sending metal shrapnel inside cars and trucks. Winter has definitely showed up in Alaska. They've accumulated 8.5 feet of snow. Anchorage, Alaska, on track to break its all-time record of 134.5 inches. I'm Corey Myers, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our Spring Support Core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigregmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
And here we go, final hour on a hump day. As we wrap up the month of January, wow. Well, on more than one occasion, I'm sure we've all been out there and questioned, where in the hell did you get your driver's license? Or where did this guy ever get a license to drive a big truck? Well, there are instances where they're out there, but they shouldn't be. Case in point, 6 people, including 4 current and 4 former Massachusetts state troopers, arrested by federal authorities in connection with a commercial driver's license bribery scheme. Tuesday morning, the acting U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Joshua Levy, announced 6 arrests in a years-long scheme to dole out unearned CDLs in exchange for bribes. In short, as alleged in the indictment, the CDLs were for sale and troopers were bribed with free goods to pass applicants no matter how they performed on their tests. And apparently in some cases, it was really bad. Those arrested include the active Massachusetts State Police Sergeant Gary Cedarquist, 58 years old, 54-year-old Trooper Joel Rogers, as well as retired troopers Calvin Butner, 63, Perry Mendez, 63, and 2 other civilian co-conspirators. Ultimately, a 74-count indictment against the 6 defendants. Now, Levy said the defendants were charged with it's too many things to go through, numerous counts anyway, but according to the charging documents, Cedarquist, Butner, Mendez, Rogers, and the other conspired to give at least 17 CDL applicants passing scores, whether or not they actually passed their skills test. There was a key word. The word was golden that was used in text messages to signify these applicants should be passed. Example, total mess. This guy, I think we should just do what we can, but not golden. Another message says, golden mess. Authorities also say Cedarquist falsely reported that 4 Class A CDL applicants who were MSP troopers took and passed the CDL skills test when they did not pass the skills test, and they drove a vehicle which did not qualify as a Class A vehicle. From the attorney's office, it's further alleged Cedarquist conspired with his friend Matheson, who worked for a spring water company that employed drivers who needed CDLs to give them passing scores affiliated with the water company. Cedarquist would give the passing score to these applicants who had actually failed in exchange for the bribes of maybe free inventory from the water company, cases of bottled Fiji water, Voss and Essentia water, cases of bottled Arizona iced tea and coffee and tea products, all of which were delivered to an office trailer at the CDL test site, alleging that Cedarquist sent Matheson a text describing one of the applicants as, quote, an idiot who had no idea what he's doing and should have failed about 10 times already. But he passed him. But you owe me big time. You know, these texting, emails, these records don't disappear. Even when you delete it from your phone, you delete it from your computer, it's still out there. And then when investigators come in, I mean, these guys, I mean, way too old to be taking bribes. I mean, in some cases, I can see when you're being offered tens of thousands of dollars, somebody wanting money, might be willing to take that to just drive a load of illegals across the border. Just get them in there a few miles, get them out of the truck, and that's kind of enticing. I mean, you're talking bottled water and iced tea to risk your livelihood, your career. But that's what they did. All right, according to the charging documents, in addition to Matheson's bribes for free inventory from the water company, Cedarquist accepted additional bribes in exchange for using his official position as the sergeant in charge of MSP's CDL unit to give preferential treatment to other CDL applicants, including but not limited to a $750 granite post and mailbox, a new driveway valued at over $10,000. Okay, now when you start getting into the thousands of dollars. Yeah, well, hey, we'll replace your driveway, $10,000. Oh, hey, how about a new snowblower valued at $2,000? The indictment alleges Cedarquist described one such applicant as horrible and brain dead. But I gave him a passing score anyway in exchange for the snowblower. Wow. And you see them out there, and those are the ones that are probably in the ditch for no reason. But hello, Gilligan.
Hello, Steve. I tell you what, I'm here at Rocky Mountain. It's raining, so Timothy, don't step outside unless it's time for a shower. It ain't raining hard, but it's a little drizzle here on 220. Here I am, I don't know, maybe a half hour south of Roanoke is that, A lot of those that don't know where Rocky Mountain is.
Mm-hmm.
That story also reminds me about the Warner drive. Well, the Warner guy that sued Warner because they refused to hire him because he was deaf.
Yeah.
Steve, I'm missing something here. Now, when I take my physical for my CDL, there's a hearing test to that. You have to be able to understand a forced whisper at, I think it's like 6 or 10 feet. I can't remember. But that is part of your CDL, your DO2 physical, so you can keep your CDL. If he is deaf, how is he able to pass that part of the physical? I'm a little confused.
Somewhere down the line, yes, that was part of the rest of the story, which I didn't share this because we talked about it a few weeks ago. But he got an exemption from the FMCSA from the hearing regulation. Yeah, got a CDL in 2016 after doing the CDL school, which was a Werner-owned truck driving school. And just before starting the orientation program, got a call from the company's vice president of safety and compliance explaining how we can't hire you because you cannot hear. But I guess somewhere out there is a way to get an exemption from the FMCSA for the hearing regulation.
Yeah, that seems a little confusing. Well, and again, there's drivers out here that won't hear. They can hear, they just won't listen. I mean, Brain Dead brought that up last night. Trying to get them to check in at the right door. They're Kroger. I mean, that's just I don't know. There's a lot of them out here can't speak English anymore, and that's a requirement. Of course, obviously, that's been waived with some of the foreign drivers.
Correct.
I'm glad I run pretty much terminal to terminal. If I don't run terminal to terminal, I need a fellow Averitt driver and switch trailers, at a drop point, in between. I mean, I'm glad that really people talking about going into Love's and looking for the tags and stuff. I can't remember the last time I actually walked into a truck stop. I get my fuel at the yard, there's no reason for me to go into a truck stop anymore. it ain't worth the hassle, you know. But yeah, I guess I'm one of the lucky ones. I mean, all I do is drop a hook on each end, and I make really good money. I mean, I do quite well, you know, for a company driver. Of course, I don't make what some of the owner-operators make, but there's a lot of owner-operators out there don't do as good as I do, to be honest. I've talked to some, you know, but you get in the right niche, and Grump and Monkey Gouger can tell you a lot more about that than I can. I've never been an owner-operator. I've been driving almost 25 years, but I've never owned my own truck. I mean, I've considered it over the time at times, but once I landed this job, I said, well, this is probably where I'll retire from if nothing happens, you know. So I figure I got another 10, 12 years in me at that. Yeah. All right, well, I was talking about the Michelle Obama thing, possibly running for president. Now, Eagle is right to a point. You know, she does not have any experience in foreign affairs and running the country or anything, she has no experience in campaigning. Now, there is a large segment of the population that unfortunately is just absolutely in love with the Obamas, much the way the America was in love with the Kennedys at one time back in the 60s. And they will vote for Michelle Obama no matter what.
Correct.
And
and as I mentioned,
like
there's a large contingent of never Trumpers as well. I mean, pretty much all the Democrats, but I mean, there's a segment of the even Republicans, so-called Republicans, that are in that never Trump category. They'd probably vote for her.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. There's a lot of rhinos out there that are the only what the rhinos stand for, Republican in name only.
Right.
They absolutely follow the same line. They're part of the New World Order and all that. People say that's an all conspiracy theory. No, there's a lot of things that people do not understand about that. And it's amazing. Now, granted, Trump had no experience as a politician other than running the couple times he ran for president. But he also had a lot of experience running very successful businesses. People say, well, he went bankrupt 6 times. Yeah, he had 6 corporations out of what was it, 600 and some that actually went bankrupt. You know, I mean, come on now. The companies are going to fail. There's no way around it. No people that criticize him for that do not understand business. I've never run a business. I don't know anything about it, but I know the basics, you know. And anybody that's got a head on their shoulders knows the basics of business. I've talked to many business owners, and you know, even though I've never done it, I think I could do it if I put my mind to it.
Right.
But I don't have the interest in doing it.
Well, what did I share earlier? Earlier this morning, I shared. Now, is UPS? Would you consider that to be a successful company? UPS, reputable, right? They make good decisions. Well, Coyote Logistics. There you go. 12,000 people going to be let go.
Exactly.
Is UPS a bad company because they admit they made a bad decision on that particular company? Does that mean UPS sucks in the business world? No. They're one of the largest. Exactly.
They're second to only FedEx in the country.
Yep.
I mean, yes, they sold off to what became T-Force, but actually that, if people remember back in the 90s, that was called Overnight Express. UPS bought out the LTL, bought that out and made it their own LTL division. I had a friend that worked for Overnight back then, and that's where the UPS got into the LTL market. Well, and it run quite well from what I understand, and finally I don't know whether they started losing money on it or they just got tired of dealing with it, and they sold it off. Was it TFI, I think you said, the Canadian company?
And became Transforce.
They turned it into T-Force.
Yep,
exactly. Well, I'm going to touch on 2 other things, but one thing, you know, a friend of mine was talking earlier tonight. He hit a deer last night, and it messed up that box there in front of the truck. I'm wondering also, you get into snow and stuff, and stuff gets packed up against it, and it'll block that sensor. How are these self-driving trucks going to do that if they hit a deer or the snow gets packed up against it and they don't have that sensor? Wouldn't that be something that these sensors on these trucks that these self-driving trucks use? I mean, that's something I'm not sure. I've heard it brought up. Maybe I missed it. I listened to the entire program. If I missed something, I go back and listen to the program and check it, listen to it. But what about that? If these sensors get blocked with snow and ice, driving down the road, I don't see how they'll ever miss a deer. I mean, there's the deer ones out in front of you. There's no way to react in time. I've hit a few myself. I've hit some with my personal car, and I've hit some with trucks. It's just, I don't get how that's going to work. The last thing I'm going to bring up, Cue Ball was talking about the convoy. And, there's not a lot of people in it right now. I don't know how much that's going to grow.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you got to remember, when the America's Convoy, there was 2 or 3 of them combined to make the America's Convoy. They started in California, one of them. I think one started in Oklahoma or something, and they ended up meeting in Hagerstown, Maryland, which is not far from where I live. I went up on a Sunday morning and actually rode with them. I made one trip around D.C. with them, and I was in my personal car. In all actuality, that convoy had more cars, pickups, campers, and that sort of thing than it did trucks, because it just wasn't just trucks in that convoy. I suspect this convoy that's being now is going to be like that. Because it was against the vaccine mandates. And Steve, D.C. is a liberal bastion. I mean, full of them. And Horse Feathers can attest to that, and I'm sure many of your listeners. I mean, there's more liberals around there than you'd believe. Ask Blind Man next time you talk to him how bad it is.
Sure.
You've heard him complain about it. You would not believe the amount of support of the people out there waving flags and holding up signs supporting the convoy. Now, there was people out there that was against it. Actually, I would say weird, but the best example I could, I'm driving along. We're obviously in the convoy because I'm with some other people that has signs and stuff. I had 2 American flags flying from my windows in my wife's Durango and stuff. And this girl passed us in this car, had the sunroof open. She stands up through the sunroof, turns around, and flips us both. Flips about 8 or 10 of us there in a group, the double bird, And I'm here, girl, you don't have any clue what this is about. If you did, you would understand, but she had no clue. She had bought into this. This is all racist. It's racist. It's trying to kill people. You heard the bit that we was just trying to let grandma die and all that. It's just, it's the same old rhetoric put out by the left. It's been put out all my life, in fact, I believe, or close to it. Well, then again, when I was born and you was born, there was still that bit that the Democrats were really the racist. I mean, you look back at, what was it, 72? What was his name? George McGovern run for president? Wasn't that 72 when he ran against Nixon? And he was a blatant racist. It's crazy that they switched. All they did was switch their tactics. That's the only thing the Democrats have done in the last 50 years. They're as racist today to me as they ever was, because now they're blaming everybody for being racist. If they don't support it, if you don't believe it, go to the inner cities and look around. Who runs these inner cities? The Democrats do. Some of the worst poverty-stricken parts of this country are run by Democrats. I mean, even my own state of West Virginia, out in the middle of the boondocks, those people, many of them voted Democrat. It used to be a very strong Democrat stronghold. We had Jay Rockefeller as a senator for many years. Robert Byrd. I mean, come on now. It's just, and, you know, with the coal mines shut down, even before then, I mean, the coal miners, back when we was kids, did not do that well. Now, a coal miner today, I've known a couple, they're well compensated. A lot of things have changed in the coal industry, what few mines there is left. But, you know, I mean, you go into some of these areas, and it's crazy. And they kept voting for the people that oppressed them because they kept supporting the coal companies. They said, well, we support the union. No, you're supporting the coal companies. But then later they drove them out of business. It just, I don't get how people are brainwashed. I've got people in my own family I cannot talk politics to because they truly believe Joe Biden is it. Obama was the greatest thing this country ever did.
Yeah. Do they think Joe's actually doing anything right now? They think Joe's actually running the show? I like that New York Post story that said they can't keep walking out the walking potato for the next 4 years. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news break coming up here, bottom of the hour. First, let me jump over. I should have shared this before Pappy called a bit earlier. How does this continue to happen in this country? 45-year-old male with 42 previous arrests and charges on his record was cuffed again last Friday in Springfield, Illinois, for criminal trespass, according to the county sheriff's office. That evening, James J. Kirst was released from jail on a notice to appear, according to authorities. Apparently, he was in no mood to celebrate or maybe just missed being behind bars because exactly 15 minutes after Kirst was released, authorities said he called him, saying he threw a metal pole through the front entrance of the Sangamon County building in Springfield. So, yes, arresting him yet again. Authorities said Kirst received his notice to appear at 7:34 p.m. Friday. At 7:49 p.m., he was on the phone talking about throwing the metal pole. They said they found Kirst in the lobby of the Wyndham Hotel. He was arrested without incident. Google Maps indicates that hotel's about a 6-minute walk from the county building. Now charged with criminal damage to government-supported property over $500, Class 3 felony. Kirst was still in custody at the time of the sheriff's office announcement Monday. But Kirst has 42 previous arrests and charges on his record. He refused to attend his first court appearance. Cost of damage is $3,500. Yeah, folks reacting underneath the story from the local TV affiliate said, we're taken aback by it all. 42 previous arrests and released again? What judge with cement in their cranium keeps releasing this guy? When it becomes better to be in jail than being free, being a productive citizen working, it's past time to make jail a place no one wants to go. This guy, was he just looking for 3 hots and a cot? Watching TV? Just things that make you go, Let's get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden will be present at the dignified transfer of the soldiers who lost their lives in a drone attack in Jordan. John Kirby, national security spokesman, informed reporters that Biden has spoken with the families of 3 fallen service members Tuesday. Kirby noted that the president conveyed the nation's pride in their service. House Speaker Mike Johnson refutes allegations that his resistance to the bipartisan border deal emerging in the Senate is motivated by a desire to help Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
That's absurd. We have a responsibility here to do our duty. Our duty is to do right by the American people, to protect the people. The first and most important job of the federal government is to protect its citizens. We're not doing that under President Biden.
Johnson said the deal under negotiation is inadequate. Unexpectedly, recent data showing an increase in the number of job openings in the U.S. According to the Labor Department's report on Tuesday, there were 9 million job openings in December. John Schaefer, USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, I've been hearing that in the news breaks. Elon, I mean, they've been talking about it for years, developing some sort of a brain implant, hooking your brain up to a computer. Fab, you said, did you hear about this new and first brain implant on a patient? I get how it's to help. However, the World Economic Forum was talking about this kind of stuff. This is only the beginning. The new implants will be able to read your thoughts. I don't know. Crazy stuff we're talking about. Mark of the Beast. Steve in Indianapolis. Morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, it's this week's kind of clawing its way through like a nail on a chalkboard. But we're about to the halfway point. We'll start looking forward to the weekend. Got the car warmed up, ready to head into town. Looks like it'll be a trip to Indianapolis in the plans for the day today. All right, everybody enjoy. And right on cue, there's Truck and Phil. Happy Hump Day. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Sta-Bil. A little bit foggy all over the upper Midwest this morning. Hopefully that improves as the sun comes up. Warming up a little, 41 today, Fort Wayne, 40 for Sterling Heights. Getting set to do that thing. Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights and back. All right, Semper Fi, good morning to Truck and Phil. And who else did we have in the mix? All right, when you look at the screen and it says, how you doing there, little boy? Calling to let you all know that Donald Trump cannot be God, and Donald Trump can't even stand a chance to win it all, but why you all keep putting him up there, I don't know. Would that be bodacious? Nobody there. The lights are on, but nobody. I was just curious. I kind of figure when it says, how you doing there, little boy? That had to be good, right? Morning, Scarecrow.
Well, it wasn't me, Steve.
No, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Oh. Hey, right up front here, I have to apologize, Steve. Once in a while, you get an errant phone call. It might come up on your personal phone.
Yes, I know.
And I'm sure you're wondering, what the hell is he doing calling me during the program on my own phone? And, well, Steve, a lot of times I'm reaching at arm's length over to my phone and I don't go to my contacts. I just bring up the previous calls, and I saw Steve Summers there in the past. Well, I would just poke Steve Summers and without reading the fine print as to which phone it was. And when I call the program, a lot of times it doesn't even ring. It'll get a half a ring and then the recorded message. Now when I checked in, it didn't ring at all. It just got the recording. Well, when I call that other number, I get a full ring, and then followed by the next ring and a rut-roll. And I quick hang up, but I figure, you nailed me anyway.
I know what happened in that case. Nope, I know exactly. I know what's going on. Somebody else done that a time or two as well. I meant to be calling you on the show. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well. Hey, now, Steve, this is more of a casual thing, but I've got a plan here, Steve, that I think you're really going to appreciate. Now, Pappy, you got to pay attention here, too. Put that old tattered copy of Gents Magazine back under the seat there. And Steve, every program, starts with, Pappy giving a pretty robust, heads up, and promo for the program and such, and, it's all well received. Now, my thought, Steve, we should maybe put a live feed, live mic in his hands. He can carry that around in his squad car all night long, and we can have live on-the-spot reports. And remember how the old Johnny Carson show, Ed McMahon, he was the wingman there?
Absolutely.
Well, my thoughts are Pappy could be Steve Summers' wingman. Yeah, that would work. And I'm not getting any high hos, or I don't have a vision of any fist pumping going on right now, Steve. Well, you'll have to think about that.
So that could be our here's Steve-O.
There we go. Oh man, we're gonna take and run with this one. Let me tell you. You heard the report yesterday, but this ties in a little bit. Now, I'm not gonna even say her name anymore. We'll just go with TS and her football-loving boyfriend there. They reported last night that their value in the promotion and advertising and spokesperson market, Steve, is about $300 million between the two of them right now. Not their personal values, asset-wise.
Well, yeah,
just,
added value to the NFL. That's the headline I believe I saw. Is that what you're referring to? That they have brought in that much value. I guess her being in attendance at the games and the whole, people tuning in. All I know is that playoff game the other night was viewed by like 55 million plus people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they said that their names are worth that right now.
Okay.
So my thoughts are, so let's look at Steve Summers and Patty. We want to look at the market value there.
$3.14.
There we go. Whatever the price of a skullbuster is today, we'll leave it at that. I'm glad Gilligan asked the question. I'd kind of forgot about that. That hearing impairment thing. When you first reported it tonight, I thought, well, what the hell happened to the not being able to drive with a hearing impairment? Did I miss something along the way? And well, that Pappy asked that same question, and so that explains a lot right there. That report of near record-setting snow up in Anchorage there. It's humorous because when our kids were up there, they kind of looked forward to some serious winter, so to speak, the challenge. So he went out, Stewie, he went out and bought a high-end snowblower, and with anticipation of being the salvation of the neighborhood. Steve, the 3 years they were up there, he used that snowblower twice. It was near record minimal snowfall in that time frame, and when they left and transferred back to San Antonio, then he sold it. He actually got his money back for what he paid for it. So, but beyond that, now I was going to get to the brass tacks, and darn it, that's the one that slips my mind here, bud. I know I'm going to remember it as soon as I pass the gauntlet here. But,
go figure.
Oh, shoot. Oh, I guess one other simple question. Now, it's the Golden Arches, they came up tonight, and last night, too, Horse Feathers had touched on it. And I was wondering, does McDonald's, they still have that, the kids meal, whatever that was called?
The Happy Meal.
Happy Meal.
Yeah.
They still, how much does something like that cost then?
I'm thinking a Happy Meal's probably about $5 now. They actually have Happy Meals for adults now?
I can't imagine being happy going to the Golden Arches, coming away happy either. But no, we maybe go about once every 2 years or whatnot. It just, the attraction is gone, and sitting in line waiting for window service or whatever, that doesn't appeal much anymore either.
Yeah, and you wait for a cheeseburger that comes out with cold cheese. I mean, the cheese isn't even melted. I mean, I haven't had a good burger from Mickey D's since I don't know when.
No, it's well, I'm afraid, Steve, it's not going to come. Oh, yeah. This is coming to mind. Let's go back to Michelle for a bit. Michelle, okay, we got a minority, we got a female. How many million votes alone is that worth, Steve?
Bingo.
Before she even starts, doing any serious campaigning or such, the name
recognition,
that's gonna be worth a few more million.
Hell yeah.
That don't be calling her out. No, not yet. No, we've known there's going to be a guardian angel, so to speak, or somebody riding in on a white horse for the party. The thoughts kind of had been towards Hillary, but that's been totally quiet. But no, Michelle's name, that's been floating around since this administration moved in there, Steve. I'm not gonna brush that one off. I think there's gonna, not that it's gonna happen, but if it would, I think there'd be a lot more support than
a lot of people would think.
That would be comfortable on the. Yep. Yes, sir. So we'll leave it at that then, Steve, and we'll do it again tomorrow night.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
You nailed that, Scarecrow. Yeah, the name. If you'll recall, Barack Obama, when he was winding down his second term, sat down for an interview. I can't recall who it was. It may have been Matt. Matters not. But he did allude to the fact that he'd love to have a third term. But of course, the rules the rules say you can't do that. I mean, an actual Michelle Obama would be all but a third Barack Obama term. I mean, are there any rules where the sitting president cannot speak to their spouse about things? I'm sure there are rules and regulations when it comes to classified information and all that, but I don't know. Former president probably has the clearance to hear a hell of a lot more than we would think, wouldn't he? I'm just saying. You couple that. Name recognition. She doesn't have all the baggage. You have the scandals hanging over that we're aware of. None have been brought to light. Yeah, none of that there. The anti-Trumpers, the Trump-hating crowd out there that anyone but Trump. I mean, by no means I would rule her out of contention. Not at all. Since several had asked, and I did not realize that when you take your routine physical, there's actually a hearing segment for that. Got to be able to hear. The backstory was the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filed a lawsuit against Werner in 2018 after failing to reach a settlement out of court. Robinson, who's been deaf since birth, received an exemption from the FMCSA from that hearing regulation back in March of 2015. Received his CDL February of 2016 after completing CDL school at Roadmaster Drivers School in Indianapolis, a Werner-owned truck driving school. Just before starting Werner's orientation program, Robinson received a call from the company's vice president of safety and compliance, Jamie Mouse. Robinson explained to Mouse how he's able to drive while being deaf. However, Mouse told Robinson he would not be hired because he couldn't hear. He tried to address the decision with Werner to no avail. Consequently, filed a charge of discrimination with the EEOC, which was filed in a Nebraska federal court soon after a pre-litigation settlement was not reached during the EEOC's conciliation process. During what was a 4-day trial last August, Mouse with Werner actually testified that Werner continues to deny employment opportunities to new deaf drivers. So after 5 years of litigation, the jury awarding Robinson $75,000 in compensatory damages, $36 million in punitive. Werner's refusal to acknowledge Mr. Robinson's abilities hurt not only him, but the entire deaf community, according to the EEOC's trial team in a statement. As this verdict demonstrates, companies like Werner that deny reasonable accommodations to drivers with disabilities do so at their peril. That would have been very perilous to Werner with a $36 million punitive damages had it not been for the fact that, as we shared, that the 1991 Civil Rights Act said that they capped it at $300,000 for employers with more than 500 employees. So ultimately, that $36 million plus turns out to be $300,000 plus $36,000 in back pay. The proverbial drop in the bucket, if you know what I mean, in the big scheme of things. So,
at Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, got a couple minutes left. Let me get back to, after Vic's conversation a bit earlier this morning, touched on a handful of different subjects, was one of which was the fact that all this time has passed, January 6th of 21, so we're 3 years plus out. And we've never been able to find the party or parties that had placed those pipe bombs in D.C. in the Republican and Democrat National Committee buildings. Now, this is a story that I had not to date heard about. But it's he says, a former FBI agent revealing that the Bureau tied the suspect wanted in connection to the pipe bombs in D.C. To a Metro card or Metro fare card. That would be like the subway. The D.C. Metro fare card and a license plate. But his team was prevented from interviewing the person of interest. After over 3 years, the person wanted for placing the pipe bombs in these locations has not yet been found, they say. Former leader of the FBI surveillance teams, Kyle Seraphin, tells the Daily Wire that shortly after January 6, a counterintelligence team met Seraphin at a Falls Church, Virginia firehouse to brief him on his next surveillance target. The counterintelligence team had used security footage to follow the person of interest to the metro station after the bombs were planted. The card used to access the transit was identified. The card allowed them to determine he got off at a stop in Northern Virginia, where the person was seen entering a car. The card and the car were registered in the name of a retired Air Force Chief Master Sergeant that was now working as a contractor with security clearance. Seraphin said he and his team were assigned to stake out this individual, person of interest, row house for several days. But the FBI blocked a request to interview the person. He said they were then called off the person of interest completely and instead told to look through leads on minor January 6 participants. Now, allegedly, someone threw bombs around the Capitol which could have killed congressmen or a busload of nuns or anything. And the answer is you can't follow this guy around. You have to go to headquarters and read leads where someone said, I might have went to high school with some guy that was standing around the Capitol. Seraphin said the bomber was not definitely the same person of interest that they were tasked to watch. Seraphin said he added that it was a highly specific lead that could have had a good chance of leading investigators to the suspect. Yeah, they found people based on their earlobes that were hanging out by a flagpole. Right? That's the suspects that ended up being arrested and many charged, many sitting in jail. They found these people based on their earlobes in a surveillance video. Now, when they had the World Trade Center bombing in 93, they went under 4 stories of rubble and were able to find a partial VIN number that they then used to track it down to the people responsible. And you're telling me you had a pristine, non-detonated bomb and you couldn't find anything on it? Now, earlier in January, it was revealed that a plainclothes officer had discovered the bomb at the DNC headquarters and was actually seen leisurely walking to a patrol vehicle to converse with the occupants, as well as a Secret Service SUV, to reportedly tell them about his discovery. So, yeah, what he's saying is, yeah, they've charged people based on little surveillance videos and photographs based on your damn earlobe standing out there by the flagpole. And they can't find anyone. Yes, Pappy kind of brought that up as well. Steve, there makes no sense. You had an undetonated, yeah, you've got all the materials involved, the timer, everything, and you're telling me you don't know who done it? Who done it? All right, so with that final moment, let me just quickly give you a heads up. The Nevada Department of Transportation asking or reminding truckers use extra caution during what is a months-long escape ramp closure. It started earlier this week, and it will continue through early March. The truck escape ramp on eastbound US 50 in Carson City is closed for maintenance. The closed ramp is located near Golf Club Drive between the Lake Tahoe area and Carson City. Now, there is another nearby truck escape ramp located near the US 50 and US 395 junction that does remain open for use during this closure. But long story short, don't find yourself in need of the escape ramp. It's closed right now. Have a great Wednesday. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah.